तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय।
पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे, मन में तेरा आदर मान और मोहब्बत सदा रहे। पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे।
तू है अपना भविष्य विधाता, पंख बिना परवान सिखाता, जीवन पुस्तक रोज पढ़ाकर सही गलत की समझ बढ़ाता।
जीवन पुस्तक रोज पढ़ाकर सही गलत की समझ बढ़ाता।
तेरी जय गौ शंख बजाए,
रोशन तारे बन जाए,
बखरी तेरी शोहरत, तेरी शोहरत सदा सदा रहे।
विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे। पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे।
कुंडेनु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्तावृता या वीणावर दंड मंडित करा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकरा प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहम् हस्ते स्वाटिकमल्लिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तं परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम् बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्. Thank you.
Yeah, by all means.
Okay, it's on. It's on, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll start with a small recitation of Omkar. Omkaram bindu sanyuktam nityam dhyayanti yoginaha कामदं मोक्षदं चैव ओंकाराय नमो नमः. ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहरन् मामनुस्मरन् यः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं स याति परमां गतिम्. With this and recall to the name of Omkar and Pranav on the behalf of Department of Philosophy, I welcome you all to this one-day international webinar being held on July 6th, 2020. I extend in all my humbleness and gratitude a warm welcome to our resource persons who have very kindly agreed to be a part of it. I wish to express a very warm welcome to the Chairman, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Professor Ramesh Chandra Sinhaji, Member Secretary, Professor Kumar Ratnam, and Program Officer, Dr. Sushim Dubey also. I, with folded hands, greet all the participants. Approximately 3,600 as of now, the number has increased to 4,100. But till yesterday evening, the number was 3,600. And we have been reached, our site has been reached by approximately 70,000 people. And this is just a submission about the interest of people around who are willing to listen to our resource persons to gain wisdom and knowledge. And of course, technology has played a significant role in bringing us together in these times of crisis. But technology as a medium has led us to realize that staying connected with the world and others help us to evolve. But evolution outside does not ensure involution inside. And this is the reason that we, the students of philosophy, keep a check on the patterns of our thoughts and thought process through reading texts, discussing the content on a platform whereby guidance and wisdom can be approached, and for this we look up to the seasoned teachers and philosophers who can kindle and ignite a spark, leading us to a blueprint of a meaningful life. A young mind has every reason to be bewildered by questions like the primacy of yoga over other systems which promote cathartic lifestyle. Does yoga at all endorse catharsis or purgation of feelings, or promotes only navigation and control of mental states? Why Vairagya is considered to be a necessary condition in order to create a meaningful life, irrespective of any Indian philosophy. A man who has started questioning life and its deeper problems wants something more definite and vital than a mere promise of heavenly joys and eternal life. As soon as brief and feverish existence starts losing its significance, as soon as there is a loss of faith and leads us to question the ideals of religious lifestyle, life does not remain a mere passing phenomena of nature, and we turn inwards looking for guidelines. I'm sure today, if not all, but many of the latent questions see the light of the day and shall inspire us to be more filled in humility towards the cosmic reality and more determined towards human existence. With these words, I once again welcome our resource speakers, resource persons. I also welcome our participants. I also welcome Professor Ramesh Chandraji Sinha. And now I request Professor Ramesh Chandra Sinha ji to give an opening remark for the webinar so that we can proceed on. Thank you.
So thank you very much. First of all, I offer my namaskar to each and every participant as well as organizer, and especially to Professor Shivani Sharma. I should concentrate on yoga philosophy. The very theme is very suggestive one. And the introductory remarks, they are very inspiring. It has raised many questions, but I will touch only one or two. First of all, if we just see the classification of Indian philosophy, we find that there are 6 orthodox systems and 3 heterodox systems. Yoga is very important orthodox system. It is conjoined with, we cannot imagine to separate Sankhya and Yoga. Yoga philosophy subscribes to the metaphysics of Sankhya. The only remarkable difference, at the very outset I would like to streamline, the only remarkable difference between yoga philosophy and Sankhya philosophy is that yoga anticipates God, whereas Sankhya philosophy, in Sankhya philosophy we miss God. The nature of God in yoga philosophy is not the God of the traditional philosophers. The God in the yoga system is not the creator, preserver, or destroyer. The God The God is Param Purush. So naturally, yoga yoga subscribes to the Sankhya metaphysics. So now the term yoga, this has assumed now the international significance, since we are celebrating the International Yoga Day. Ordinarily, we celebrate on 21st, but ICPR, because of this pandemic situation, decided to celebrate it for more than a day, and we have stipulated to celebrate it throughout the month. So that is a remarkable step taken by ICPR, because normally 1 day or 2 days after that we close this celebration of the International Yoga Day. So this is a one feature, and naturally the credit goes to the ICPR, all the officials. Sushim Dubey has been made in charge. Member Secretary Ratnam is part of this decision. But ultimately, when it was posed before me, I simply extended it for the whole month. And it is my proud privilege to be the part of this Yoga Day organized by our very able teacher of philosophy, Dr. Shivani Sharma. So I should begin with the Patanjal Sutra, because if we talk, though the yoga, the propounder may be very ancient one, but the most notable and the most important one philosopher who has made it systematic and scientific, that is naturally Patanjal. So in Patanjali Yoga Sutra, the first sutra is Atha Yoga Anusasanam, means yoga is a kind of anusasan, a sort of discipline. Yoga is not merely bodily posture, or it is not confined to the asana. It has got an integral, holistic approach. So this is a scientific one. Why I say it is Ati Yoga Anusasanam, it is a anusasan, because most of the Western thinkers, I do not have any aspersions, but this is, I name Professor Albert Schweitzer. Albert Schweitzer leveled the charge against the Indian philosophy that it is a world and life negating, and it lapses into transcendentalism. But yoga philosophy dispels the time-honored charge that Indian philosophy is world and life negating. Since in his book, celebrated book of Indian Thoughts and Its Development, Albert Schweitzer has charged Indian philosophy, and if we view the entire Indian philosophy in right perspective, then yoga system dispels the charge leveled by Albert Schweitzer. This is yoga has been defined by Patanjal, Maharishi Patanjal, as yoga chitta vritti nirodha. So it is a discipline which regulates human life, because man is disturbed because of his fluctuating mind, and this chitta vritti nirodha means we have to check the fluctuating and the flickering mind. So let us say what is what will be the concept of man in the framework of the yoga philosophy. Man, ordinarily we consider that man is a psychophysical being. Man has got physical structure and he has got psychological. So man is not simply a psychophysical being, but it has got a spiritual one. So man can be defined as psychophysical cum spiritual being, which I ordinarily understand and define that. So now the yoga Ashtanga Marg, yam niyam asan pranayam pratyahar dharana dhyan samadhi. So here we find we come to the stage of samadhi. So we start naturally the yam is a very important one. It deals with the social aspect of human existence, because satya ahimsa aste brahmacharya aparigraha, these are the values contemplated by most of the Indian systems, even in Jainism and Buddhism. These social values are very important. So yoga philosophy, though ordinarily we perceive that yoga is concerned with some kind of exercise, the physical exercise, or it is concerned with the asana, but that is not the be all and end all of yoga system. So naturally this has become very popular. We are celebrating the 6th International Yoga Day. So a few years back, I was in Pittsburgh, USA, and there was a yoga flow, center of yoga flow. And that the trainer was from USA, the lady trainer, and my grandson used to attend that yoga flow center. So I accompanied him. I also I took interest, though they could not understand its philosophical aspect, but they were training old people, middle-aged people, as well as young people, even children, in a very systematic way. It was a very professional. The center was very professional. The yoga flow, I do remember. So the yoga has assumed a great importance in modern life too, because man is very much afflicted, very much full of anxiety, anguish, and especially in this corona age, when this pandemic corona has enveloped the entire humanity. So in this pandemic situation, we find that yoga can be of great relief. So I would like to certainly mention that we are not living a normal life, and hopefully it will take a lot of time to remain, to be normal again. So in the meantime, I, being the student of philosophy, I conceived a society which is a new normal. Though this terminology has been talked in many corners, it has been used by the newspapers also. But as a student of philosophy, I tried to develop it as a philosophical concept, and I do not I cannot restrain myself to spell out the concept here. And naturally, every time whenever I talk, it assumes a new interpretation. So the concept new normal that comprises three components. One is the survival, because it is my firm belief that if we survive, then only we can do anything. So survival is a must. The most important component of the new normal society is the survival. If we survive, then only we can go to the churches and pray. We can go to the mosque. We can go to the temple and ring the bell. So, and offer our puja. So this survival is a very essential component. And naturally, the social distancing is very much in vogue, very much prevalent in not only in Indian society, but throughout the world. And the social distancing, the meaning has been very much misunderstood. It is not simply a physical distancing. Social distancing is a comprehensive term. It rather restricts people from joining the large gathering and joining or going to the park and to the marriage. And this is not simply as I conceive that it is not simply a physical distancing, but it has got a wider meaning. The third component is very important. That is a compassion. So compassion, I understand compassion in two ways. The one element is empathy, and the other element is sympathy. Empathy is a feeling within, and naturally the sympathy is a feeling towards others. So feeling towards others that is under inverted comma, because that element of this compassion is very important. So I must quote Vivekananda. He says that to live is to live with others, to serve others. We cannot live alone. So naturally, my question is, who can best serve to the others? We have seen that a large number of downtrodden and laborers, they migrated from, and they were rather in a great suffering. They were deprived of their jobs. They had to move to their native villages, and in the way they died also. So that was a very pathetic scene. So, but human beings have got a sense of dignity to help others. So when we talk, Bentham says that man is an egoist being. Man cannot sacrifice his little finger for others. That is a crude aspect. But Mill anticipated, rather stipulated, that man has got dignity, and the sense of dignity propels him to serve others. So we get out from our egoistic case and serve the suffering humanity. So naturally, very recently I was reading a book, Atma Bodh, written by Shankaracharya. So without Atma Bodh, you cannot serve the suffering humanity. And here, yoga becomes very relevant, because this Ashtanga mark purifies man from impurities. This yoga philosophy, yoga purifies physical purification as well as mental purification, because if we are we are suffering from all these impurities. We cannot think to serve others. We cannot think to live for society. A man cannot live alone. And Pujya Dalai Lama, I must quote him, that he stipulates, he talks about universal brotherhood. That is his contribution to the world of philosophy. So he says that man is interconnected. Man cannot live alone. But in this pandemic situation, we have been condemned to live in isolation. I make a distinction between isolation and ekant. Solitariness may not be very conveying the meaning which I want to convey. So I use the term as it is, the Hindi term. So this isolation breeds depression. Isolation may create a difficult situation to live. But ekant is a creative one. So if man is living in ekant, he can be very much creative. And here yoga prepares man to be creative. And I don't want to, I love listening. And so certainly I have to leave also. So I must stop here, and I convey my regards to all the speakers, and I convey my my namaskar to Shivani ji, Dr. Shivani ji, and others too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your welcome address and opening remarks. Thank you for bringing it to the notice.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. It was a delight to listen to you, and thank you for bringing these points to the table. That yoga system, first of all, dispels the charges of a level against Indian philosophy as being only transcendental in nature, and bringing out the three elements of the new normal that we have been talking about: distancing, survival, and compassion. Compassion also, you split it up into 2-3 phases. And of course, the vital point that you conveyed is that Marg helps to purify mind and body, and ekant or seclusion or isolation can be used as an opportunity to be more creative. With this, sir, we extend a very warm thank you, and we are in gratitude towards you. Now I invite Professor Christopher McCann, who comes from the field of phenomenology, and he's from the university, if I may pronounce correctly, Professor McCann, I hope, Bordeaux, from France. And he's highly driven by the line of thought of Sri Aurobindo. And of course, he believes in employing genetic methodology and wishes to confer a spiritual orientation upon contemporary philosophy. His one of the prime interests is to integrate analytic philosophy and phenomenological philosophy. So we present Professor Christopher McCann on the topic Western mysticism and Indian yoga. Welcome, sir.
I hope you can hear me all right.
Yes, we can.
You hear me well. I don't see myself, but I see you, so that's what matters. You can see me taking my coffee from your cup you gave me as a present when I left last time.
Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, so I can start now. Is that right?
Yeah.
And my mute is off. All right. So there we are. Now, my topic is Western mysticism and Indian yoga. So I'm trying to bring Europe and India together. I won't say East and West because Europe and India are part of the same continent. My name is Christopher McCann, as you mentioned. You pronounced my university correctly, Bordeaux. I live in France because the English are not interested in phenomenology, and I am very interested in Indian culture and civilization, if only because I was born and brought up in India. I think it got into my soul when I was powerless to prevent it, and has taken hold of me ever since. So I want to say in the way of introduction, I come to your seminar on Indian yoga as a student and not as a professor. My Indian professor is Sri Aurobindo, who has enabled me to gain access to Indian culture more readily than would otherwise have been possible. I came to Indian culture quite late, and fortunately, Sri Aurobindo existed, who wrote in English and knew England as well as he knew India, to India through him. In addition, I'm not much good at with technology, and I know next to nothing about webinars, but I'm very willing to learn, especially as it looks as though this is going to be a very good solution to the problem of conferencing in the future. Now, what am I going to say? Basically, it falls into three parts, and we'll see. I can leave or I can cut short the last part, which is the long part. The first two parts I'll certainly be able to get done very quickly. The very first thing I want to do is show how a careful reading of the best book in English on mysticism, in my view, helped me to develop my own conception of the mystic way, which one might say is the Christian equivalent of what the Indians would call yoga. What can you find in the European literature which compares satisfactorily with Indian yoga? I can't find anything else that is better, may not be totally adequate, but better than mysticism. And the best book on mysticism is this one, written not so long ago by a woman, an English woman. So I'm going to start with that. Secondly, I'm going to continue with saying a few words about my favorite, the man I most admire in the world this last century, Aurobindo, wonderful face near the end of his life, a synthesis of yoga. And my autobiographically, what happened is I read Evil in Underhill. I started stumbling and fumbling in the direction of my own path towards union of one with the one, as I shall explain in a moment, mystic experience. And it wasn't until I read Sri Aurobindo's synthesis of yoga that I got confirmation of the things that I've been trying to work out independently. It's wonderfully reassuring. You think you might be wrong or might be right, and you're doing the best you can, and you find confirmation. A great thinker like Sri Aurobindo, you know you're all right. So that's, I have a few words to say about the synthesis of yoga. And then the last part, which is the long part, I'm afraid I have a philosophy, and I can't think philosophically without using the framework of my philosophy. So I've got to say a few things about it. And of course, here it is. I can't say very much. Are you able to see these things I show you? Yeah, okay. So I'll say a few words, and my aim is not to talk about my philosophy, but to say how I fit yogic mysticism into the framework of my philosophy. That's what I essentially want to do, and staying mostly with mysticism and yoga. Okay, now we'll start with mysticism. Evelyn Underhill was an English, more or less contemporary of Sri Aurobindo. She was born a bit after him, 1875. She died a bit before him, 1941, but that makes her more or less a contemporary of Sri Aurobindo. She admits to having been influenced by the writings of the Frenchman de Lakh and the Austrian Baron von Hügel, so she obviously knew her German and French literature on mysticism very well. Here's my summary appreciation of her. She knows a very, very great deal about Christian mysticism. She is an extremely scholarly woman. She knows an awful lot about Christian mysticism. She knows a lot about Muslim mysticism, and she knows next to nothing or shows no understanding of knowing anything about Indian mysticism, which is the most exalted tradition of mysticism of all. I excuse her on these grounds, these are the only grounds in which I could excuse her, that she realized that Indian mysticism was so overwhelmingly enormous to get a hold on that she didn't even want to try. So we have this strange phenomenon of very learned on Christian mysticism, very knowledgeable on Muslim mysticism, nothing on Indian mysticism, but that's all right because we can fill that in with Sri Aurobindo. This book is actually two books. They put them into one. I don't know whether they ever published them separately. First part is the mystic. The first part is the fact, what mysticism is. This is the part that interests me. The mystic way, when she shows how the mystics got to where they were always trying to get to, which is the unity of life. That's what interests me. The second part proposes a way of proceeding from what to what. From the discordance, find your own word if you whatever you prefer, from the discordance of our everyday existence to the harmony of the unity of life. It's her laying out of the stages along the way to the unity of life which interests me. And in the second, and this is what you'll find in the second part of the book. Three things I want to draw your attention to. First, she works with an oscillation between two opposed movements, which she calls attraction and repulsion. It's a bit violent, but still it'll do. Positive, negative if you want, a more neutral term. Since she wants to end up with the positive, of course she does. The positive is the unity of life. That's when you encounter God through mystical experience. She wants to end with the positive, and she wants to start with the positive. So by the very nature of things, since she wants to oscillate between negative and positive, she's got to have 3 steps, 5 steps, or 7 steps, okay? Positive, negative, positive, step, positive, negative, positive, and continue with the 7 steps. She recognizes the 3 conventional steps in mystic literature, with primarily Christian, positive, negative, positive. She recognizes and admires Saint Teresa, the Spanish saint, who was also a very good theoretician of mystical literature. She has 7 steps, which Underhill admires and respects, but she develops her own 5 steps between the 3 and the 7. And I'm going to give you the words. I'm afraid just the words won't mean very much, but still, we'll give it a try. Positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. We start with the positive, passing through the negative, and so eventually ending with the positively odd unitive life. The 5 steps are, first, positive attraction. Something, according to her, has to appeal to you, attract you to get the whole thing started. She calls it awakening. You can use another word, appeal, awakening, anyway, attraction. It's the attractive step. Let's call it 1A. It's the first movement of attraction and repulsion, and it's A because it's positive, and it's called awakening, followed by the negative repulsion, which she calls purification. I take over that word for my own purposes in a different sense. Then this is followed by, so that's repulsion, positive reattachment to get the whole thing started again, which she calls illumination, familiar word in mystical literature. Let's call it 2A. We're back to the second movement now. And followed by the negative repulsion, which is terribly important in Christian mystical literature, perhaps not so important in Indian, I don't know, and I'm not sure about Muslim literature nor either. It's called the dark night of the soul. It's when the mystic thinks she's nearly reached and found God, and it's all taken away, and she has to suffer this horrible moment of the dark night of the soul. So then that is 2B, and then that is followed by the reward, which is the ultimately unitive life. So those are the 5 steps. And she also has a trinity, which I think is worth mentioning because it links with trilogies, which we're going to use later. I call them the 3 L's because they each begin with L, and she must have liked the alliteration LLL, and it is this: life, love, light. Okay, and we're going to use those in different ways later on, out of Sri Aurobindo and then out of my own attempt to accommodate the mystic way. And she even talks of a movement of a passage or ascent from light through love to light. And with the advent of the unity of life, the mystic quest, for her at any rate, is at an end. We got there. All right. So there we are then. So now we move on to Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo wrote, by the way, I have a little paper in the departmental library on Sri Aurobindo of some 8 pages, which will give you a bit more than just the few words I'm going to give you today. But even that is not a very memorable accomplishment. The best book I know of on Sri Aurobindo's life and work, especially to someone who doesn't know it well already, is Sat Prem's L'Aventure de la Conscience, which is translated into English. And Sat Prem was an adherent of the ashram and knew the mother and so on. Okay. Sri Aurobindo's main philosophic work is to be found in 2 works, Life Divine and The Synthesis of Yoga, which I see as the attempt to present the yogic identification or unification of Brahman and Atman from the 2 stands of Brahman and Atman, one God to the soul, the second soul to God. Since we're talking about yoga here, the more obvious path for us to pursue is his synthesis of yoga, which is really moves from the soul to God. He uses the word God very, very openly, very, very blatantly. So you might prefer the word Brahman if you prefer, or some. I have other words. I have 4 words for God because I have 4 stages in my gym. But replace it with something else if you want. So he picks up how does he develop his mystic way, which is his yogic way? He does it by appropriating the traditional 3 yogic paths of India, which are all very familiar to you, and I won't need you to even pronounce them. Their names are Hatha Yoga of the body, Bhakti Yoga of the heart, Raja or Jnana Yoga of the head or reason. Okay? Now, in order to bring out how important this trilogy is, and I work with it myself also, remember, we had 3 words out of Underhill, life, love, light, which go with yoga of the body, Hatha, yoga of the heart, Bhakti, yoga of the head, Raja, and which can also be translated into the 3 philosophical faculties of will, underlying the body, emotion, underlying heart, and reason, underlying the head, which gives us the 3 philosophical disciplines. I won't tell you how they're to be aligned because it's so obvious. These disciplines are ethics, aesthetics, and epistemology. We're still working with the same trilogy along in different planes. And they also yield the three of the 4 Platonic values of goodness, ethics, the will, beauty, aesthetics, love, and truth, epistemology, and reason. Okay? He spends the first 3 parts of his synthesis of yoga undertaking an examination of these 3 traditional yogic systems, which are absolutely fundamental to Indian culture. The 4th part of this book, which is really the second half, really the first 3 parts are the first half. The 4th part is really the second half. Why? Because he develops his yoga out of a synthesis of those other 3 yogic procedures. And he does it in the way of so his own integral yoga is presented in part 4 as the unification of these 3 ways under the head of a synthesis of yoga, which he calls integral yoga because it links and connects the other 3 ways. He does it around an alternation, which I take over from him, between purification and liberation. I use the 2 words. Remember purification we found in Evelyn Underhill? And we find it again here. And I use it myself in my own attempt to lay out, to situate the mystical yoga. And liberation, I use the word realization, but you could substitute the word liberation for realization and vice versa without changing the meaning. And I see this alternation. Remember, oscillation for Evelyn Underhill. Here we have alternation. And I see it as a step-by-step climb up the ladder of the self, body, heart, head, until we achieve the connection with the divine, which enables us to go back down the ladder and realize those things that we achieved on the way up under the head of renunciation, aspiration, and meditation. And Sri Aurobindo's word for this is a supramental descent. The president of the council said something which is very relevant here. The traditional criticism of Indian philosophy as being out of this world, trying to escape the world and so on and so forth. Sri Aurobindo was very concerned about this, and particularly the Buddhist tendencies implicit in this attempt to escape the world, evade the world. And that's why he developed this notion of supramental descent, which is what? When the contact with the divine principle enables us to be filled with cosmic, if you prefer the word to God, cosmic energies. So we realize ourselves by becoming the channels through which the connection with God finds its realization in us, in our souls. And that's what leads to what he calls the integral yoga of self-perfection. The entire second part of his book, is called Yoga of Self-Perfection. That word self-perfection, as you will see in a moment, becomes also very important for me. So let's just summarize what we've learned from these two figures who, if you know these books already, as you may very well do, won't have said very much that you aren't familiar with already. Whereas Underhill seems to see the path to the unity of life. They're both looking for the same thing, the path to the unity of life. Whereas she sees it as an unsteady progression, a progression, but not a steady one, because it goes through the positive and negative steps, okay? 2 steps up, 1 step back, 2 steps up, 1 step back, 2 steps up. That's the way it goes until you get to the unity of life with its oscillations between a positive and a negative moment. Whereas Underhill seems to see the unity of life as an unsteady progression in one direction, upwards, Aurobindo, unlike in Underhill, wants the ascent to the divine to be comprehended by a descent. That is so important for distinguishing Aurobindo's approach from Underhill, which I think of as a spiritualization of our nature. It results in a spiritualization of our nature, a calling down of divine energies to spiritualize our soul. So, whereas those who are familiar with these two books, and especially the Synthesis of Yoga, any Indian philosopher must have heard of Sri Aurobindo, must have read his Life Divine Synthesis of Yoga. You wouldn't have learnt very much from what I've said so far because you're already familiar with it. You certainly won't be familiar with what I'm going to talk about next because it's not in circulation. It's my attempt today to show how the mystic path operates in the context of my philosophy. I'm not going to have very much time for this, so I will keep it as brief as I can. Right. We will. I started with, how much time do I have now for the third part?
I think by 5 to 10 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. I am old now, but I once was young, surprising as it might seem. And from the time I was introduced to philosophy at Oxford, I have remained a philosopher. So I've had a lot of time to develop my own philosophy, which I call being and becoming. Those of you who know anything about European philosophy at all, when you know there were 2 very famous books written by Herr Heidegger, Sein und Zeit, Being and Time, and Jean-Paul Sartre, L'être et le néant, Being and Nothingness. So it's in that lineage, being and time, being and nothingness, being and becoming. I, as a student, had a question which has remained a question for me throughout my life. It has taken me all my life to get a satisfactory answer, and I wondered whether I ever would get it before I died, but I did. I was 75, but I got it done before I died. My question was how to reconcile and integrate, as your chairman also already said, analytic philosophy with phenomenology and the corollary, transcendental with ontological phenomenology. That's a big mouthful. So let's do it autobiographically. At Oxford, I was introduced to philosophy through the analytic tradition. And I had, at Oxford at that time, the best analytic philosophers in the world as my teachers. There wasn't one of them who knew anything or wanted to know anything about phenomenology. This is strange. These are supposed to be learned men, supposed to know about what's going on in philosophy, at least European philosophy. Paris isn't very far away. It's across the channel. Why aren't they more familiar with it? So I went to Paris to find out what was going on in continental European phenomenology. And I found in Paris the world's greatest phenomenological philosophers of that time, before it had been in Germany, the best phenomenological philosophers, because that's where it started. At this point, it had transferred to Paris. They were the leading phenomenological philosophers in the world. Not one of them knew anything or wanted to know anything about analytic philosophy. This is very bizarre. Both analytic philosophy and phenomenological philosophy recognize its ancestors as stemming from people like Plato and Aristotle, Aquinas and Augustus, Locke, Berkeley, Hume, Descartes, Leibniz, Spinoza. And then all of a sudden, they go their separate ways and don't want to talk to each other anymore. There must be some way of bringing this division to an end. Luckily, I spent 1 year of as a graduate student at Heidelberg, which was very reassuring for me. First, at Heidelberg, I discovered that there was as big a divide in phenomenological philosophy as there was between phenomenological philosophy and analytic philosophy, and that was the divide between transcendental Husserlian phenomenology and ontological Heideggerian ontology. The difference was the Germans who knew one knew the other. There weren't any Husserlian who didn't know what Heidegger did, or Heideggerian who didn't know what Husserl did, but it went further than that. The Germans were all perfectly familiar with the existence of analytic philosophy, because so-called British Oxford analytic philosophy was dominated by a personage whose name doesn't sound too English. His name was Ludwig Wittgenstein, a German name if ever there was one. So he wrote everything in German. So, of course, German philosophers speak, nearly all of them, their English very well, but they didn't need to speak English in order to get on top of so-called British philosophy, because it was German philosophy. It was philosophy that emanated from the writings of Mr. Ludwig Wittgenstein. So I found people who knew both sides of the phenomenological divide and were familiar also with the other side of the phenomenology-analytic divide. So I knew there had to be some way of doing this. And I'll stop when my time is up, but let's get as far as we can. How do you bring this about, the unific reconciliation, integration of all these traditions? Quite simply, by situating each of them on a stage in the genesis and the development of human being and human consciousness itself. So you need 3 stages to cover the 3 methodologies. I give them names, and these names are also the names used by my doctoral supervisor, who is a tremendously important influence on my life, Paul Ricoeur. You may have heard of him. When he died not so long ago, he was, to my way of thinking, the greatest philosopher alive in the world at that time. You might say there were greater before, and there will be greater later, but at his death, I think he was the greatest, Paul Ricoeur. And he always made a point of distinguishing 3 great European methodologies along the following lines. There is, long words, I'm afraid, hermeneutical ontology. Ontology is from the Greek, it means the science of being. Logos, I prefer to call it intelligibility of being, because logos is much broader than anything that science can encompass. Hermeneutical merely means interpretation. So it's interpretive, rendering intelligible of being. And let's situate that at the first and originary stage. Then there is analytic epistemology, which is the second stage. I situated on the plane of the objective stage, my second stage. Then there is critical transcendental philosophy, which figures as the third stage. I situate on the reflective plane. So hermeneutical ontology, analytical epistemology, critical transcendental philosophy, 3 methodologies situated at the originary stage, the objective stage, and the reflective stage. Okay? Some noise. There we are. Now, this movement from stage 1 to stage 3 implies for me a progressive detachment of human being from itself and from the world, which means we pay a terrible price for becoming clever, for learning to think. We send our children to school, they learn to think, and they learn to think scientifically almost exclusively today, as a result of which they lose their naturalness and they lose their connection with being, as Heidegger never stopped insisting. Loss of being, of the connection with being, is the tragedy which befalls those who learn to think along the conventional Western, orthodox Western lines. Now, I build this up a little bit more. I have nominal titles for these three methodologies. You'll be familiar with these words, even if you weren't familiar with the previous words. These words are doctrine of soul, first stage, doctrine of mind, second stage, doctrine of spirit, third stage. It's not difficult for you to understand why the doctrine of mind goes on the second stage, because practically all of analytical philosophy today could be called philosophy of mind. What I've done is appropriate words which have long since been expelled from philosophy and only persist in theology in the English language, soul and spirit. They are such important words that they need to be brought back into philosophy in a big way. And I hope I'm able to do that by saying the task of life on earth is to start where we begin as souls, to learn to think as minds, but to get past what I call the minefield. I like that alliteration, minefield of the doctrine of mind. The minefield, the doctrine of mind is sown. Sometimes I'm afraid I speak French rather than English, is sown with a person with bombs, which can explode. And I don't even need to tell you how our science and technology is preparing the world for all kinds of explosions, which may or may not befall us. So I call it's a minefield. We have to get from the doctrine of, we have to get from being souls through minds where we learn to think, and we have to get past the doctrine of mind to the doctrine of spirit. And this will to understand that, I think, better, I use pronominal titles. These are the nominal titles for these three methodologies: soul, mind, spirit. I have pronominal titles, which are for the self at each stage. At the first and original stage of the doctrine of soul, the self is an it. The second stage, the self is an I. The third stage, the self is a one. And I want to spend a little bit of time explaining the implications for me of these terms. I have no apologies for using the I as assigned to the objective stage of middle objective stage. Cogito ergo sum, Descartes, the father of European modern philosophy, he makes the I central to his philosophy, which means the ego becomes central to modern philosophy, modern European philosophy, which means egoism is one of the tragedies that can befall very easily human civilization in its present form. And our president talked about that, this problem of egoism. Now, the other two words are a little bit more complicated to situate. All of you have heard of Freud, of course, you know about his psychoanalysis, and you probably read Freud's work through the Lytton Strachey translation, which Latinizes the key words and talks of the unconscious as an id from the Latin. Id is not the word that Freud himself used. Freud used the word es, and he didn't invent that word. He got it from an earlier German philosopher who wrote Das Buch des Es, Grodek, the book of the it. So es means it. So it enables me to incorporate indirectly psychoanalytical data without being too absorbed into psychoanalysis. And the way I avoid that is by using Aurobindo's word for the first stage, the consciousness of the first stage. I do not call it an unconscious consciousness. That'll get us too much into psychoanalysis. I call it an inconscient consciousness. So you have the inconscient consciousness of the it, which is the self at the stage of mind. Then you have the conscient consciousness of the I at the stage of mind. And you have the one at the stage of spirit. What do I mean by that? What Kant meant by the universalization of the self on the transcendental plane. Kant invented the distinction between transcendental and empirical philosophy, and he saw it as a procedure whereby the self universalizes itself and so overcomes the egoism that our president talked about, and which is a calamity which needs to be resolved. I spell the word I use for the self at the stage of reflective consciousness as capital O, small n, small e, which allows me to use a play on words to describe the mystic experience, because I take from Plotinus, one of the great mystical philosophers of the West, his word for God, which he calls one, capital O, capital N, capital E. The one is the sum, the form of forms in the Platonic philosophy. It comes over in Plotinus as the one. This allows me to define mystic experience as follows, and I like it. It's the O, small n, small e, with the one, capital O, capital N, capital E. It's only a game with words, but, you know, choosing the right words can really help. Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to get much further. Each of the three main stages is subdivided along the same lines. Anyone who knows anything about Hegel knows that that's the way he dealt with it. His three stages were in itself, for itself, in, for itself. He allows himself to present the in itself, the for itself, and the in itself of the in itself, the for itself, and the in itself. It's a perfectly straightforward. It sounds a bit complicated. It's not complicated at all. So I allow myself to talk about the originally objective and reflective subdivisions of the originally objective and reflective stage, and the subdivisions of those subdivisions which are done along the same lines. I won't have time to establish all that, but that's the principle for working into the detail of the stages. Fourth thing I should mention, the dual instantiation of the first stage, which is the originary stage. It is both the first and the last stage, which transforms my linear genesis, stage by stage in one single procession, upward and onward, into a cyclical genesis, where the last stage brings us back to the first stage. This is so important for my philosophy, and of course, I'm not going to have the time to be able to explain why it's important. So we now don't have three stages in a linear genesis. We have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4 as the reflective recuperation of stage 1. Originary stage, objective stage, reflective stage, and the reflective recuperation of the originary stage. I'm not going to be able to say more, I think, than tell you where I try to situate the mystic way, as I understand it, out of Underhill, and as I also understand it out of Sri Aurobindo's synthesis of yoga. I situate it in the spiritual substage of the reflective stage. Remember, the reflective stage will have its substages, original, objective, and reflective substages. The originary substage of the reflective stage I call the existential, concerned with the self. The objective substage of the reflective stage I call the epistemological, Husserlian phenomenology. And the reflective substage of the reflective stage I call the spiritual stage, and that's where the mystic path has to be situated. I think it would be better if I don't start trying to do that, because it might take too long. So shall I leave it there, and we can come back to it later? Two more things I wanted to do. One is show you how I situate the mystic, yogic mysticism on the reflective substage of my reflective substage, and also how I negotiate the return to the origin in such a way as to be able to give you the reason for being here on Earth. I call them the three ideals of human. They're Hegelian equivalents of the three topics of absolute consciousness. Hegel said, we are here for essentially for art, religion, and philosophy. I kick philosophy out because it shows us the way, but it is not the goal of life on Earth. Is not to become philosophers. Philosophers may like to think that the goal of life on Earth is to become a philosopher, chairman of the department, all the rest of it. It shows the way, and my three ideals of being human are self-actualization, art, and religion, though I don't like to use the word because of the horrible things religions have done in the course of time, crusades and the rest of it. Call it spirituality, call it yoga if you want. So we are here on earth to actualize ourselves, to develop art in all its three forms, the plastic, the musical, and the literary, each of which are dealt with in some length in my philosophy, and to attempt to make the union with the divine, which enables us to call down divine energies, which will make it, which will naturalize the soul and give us a new basis on which to spiritualize our natures. So I think that will do. It's a lot to try and get under your belt in just a few words, and we can come back to different parts of it if we want later on. Is that right? Do you think that's appropriate?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't hear you.
Yeah.
It's all right. Yeah. Sorry? You want to give me 5 more minutes? All right. Let me leave the situation of the mystic way on the reflective substage of reflective consciousness and get down to the return to the origin. I borrow from Hegel the 3 words I need to characterize the 3 substages of the soul. Remember, the soul is the originary state. 3 substages. The words are taken right over from Hegel: natural soul, world soul, actual soul. The movement from the natural soul to the world soul to the actual soul is characterized by a long mouthful of words which are not as difficult to understand as they sound. I call it the progressive restriction of the sphere of inherence of human being in being. Oh, terrible mouthful of words. Let's see what it means. The natural soul has its being in being. It extends to the limits of the universe, in my conception, as it does in the conception of Leibniz, a very great German philosopher. The world soul, as you can imagine, has its being in the world. This is the starting point for Heidegger's ontology in his Being and Time. The actual soul has its being in self. So the restriction is from being to world to self, which prepares the way and explains how we get to be objective consciousness with subject objects, mind body, all dichotomized and polarized as they are not originally. Now, this allows me to do nice plays with words in the movement of return. The recuperation of the origin has to be the recuperation of the 3 substages of the originary stage in reverse order, because it goes natural soul, world soul, actual soul originally. In the movement of return, it has to go actual soul, world soul, natural soul. Ever more extensive sphere of inherence of human being and being. And out of that, I get the ideals of being human insofar as we recuperate the natural soul, the actual soul. The first, the last to be lived out originally, the first to be recuperated theoretically. Insofar as we are able to recuperate the actual soul, we are self-actualizing. That word was made famous and popular in humanistic psychology by a certain Abraham Maslow, whose book I don't too much admire. It's The Psychology of Being, but he made the word very popular, and I'm thankful to him for that. The recuperation of the world soul gives me art, and this is because feeling is dominant at the stage of the world soul. Hegel called his world soul feeling soul, and I admit that the world soul, my world soul, which is his feeling soul, is feeling. The consciousness is feeling determined at the stage of the word soul, and you perhaps don't have too much difficulty to understand the connection between feeling and art. I have a definition of the work of art which works for all 3 planes of plastic, musical, and literary. Again, I'll just read it, and you won't understand it, and then I'll try and explain it, and you will understand it. Art is the recuperation of the life of feeling in the form of a work which both embodies and evokes emotion. We'll go through it again and it'll all become clear. Art is recuperation. Well, of course it's recuperation because we're in the movement to return to the origin of the life of feeling, what we were when we were really dominated by feelings, which is what children are. That's why they scream and they cry and they this and that and the other. And we try to teach them not to control themselves because feeling is rather flirtatious and uncontrolled. So recuperation of the life of feeling, which we lived as a world soul, in the form, feeling and form, the dynamic and the static, the dynamic and the formative. Susan Stebbing, a very good American aesthetician, wrote a very good book in aesthetics called Feeling and Form, where she played with these two terms. So recuperation of the life of feeling in the form of a work. The word work works beautifully in English to describe this because you can use it as a verb and as a noun. A painter works at a work. Okay, he works at it. He spends a day, a week, a month, a year working at his painting, and eventually he says, okay, it's done. And the work has become a work in its own right. No more work needed to perfect it. It's now the work and leads a life of its own independently of the artist. So recuperation of the life of feeling in the form of a work which both embodies and evokes emotion. I see the embodying as the artist putting his feeling into the work. I see the evoking as the audience recreating the same feelings or having analogous feelings as a result of appreciating and evaluating that work. And then finally, religion, which I won't go into because we've dealt with it both through Stephen Underhill and through Sri Aurobindo. What are we here on earth to do? Our primary task is spiritual evolution. And what is the point and purpose of life on earth? Self-actualization, art, and religion, unless you want to prefer to replace that word with spirituality or yoga or whatever you like. Okay, thank you for giving me more time than I deserve.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor McCann.
I go mute now? Do I go mute?
No, not for a while, because there are some questions that you need to address.
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
Yeah. So
Okay.
thank you for bringing on the oscillation theory, and of course, attraction, repulsion, love, hate. These are the fundamental theoretical principles. They work in their own domain, and awakening, repulsion, positive reattachment. I mean, we have with us life, love, and light, and you have beautifully connected them to the 3 stages of yogic life, that is Hatha Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Raj Yoga, and further connecting them to body, heart, and mind, reason. And further, you connected them to the disciplines of ethics, aesthetics, and epistemology, which is something of very significance, I would say, and Platonic value. You brought them in. And then finally, you culminated it into unification, purification, and you used your focus was more on the linguistic usage of the terms, that it is mere a word play rather. So integral yoga, you said that it is more based on self-perfection. I completely agree with it. And this was very interesting. Inconscient consciousness.
Yes.
So this was the catch point, I would say. And of course, you rather folded the entire thing into 3 ideals of Hegelian ideals: art, religion, philosophy, and finally ending up with natural soul, world soul, and the actual soul. I'm sure that we have plenty of questions around, and we would like you to address them if you find them worth addressing them. I'll just read. Because the program is on YouTube also. So there are participants around 3,600 who are setting in all kinds of questions, but there are only few questions that we will be able to pick. So one of them is that how do you see yoga in Western tradition? And according to you, which book on philosophy of yoga would be good for beginners? This is a very fundamental question that some student has asked. And how do you connect your spiritual experience with Arbindo's conception of spiritualism? So, if you can address these questions.
A lot of questions. Let me just start. I've given you two answers to the first question. The books, Evil in Underhill, there's nothing as good as that in English, written by that English woman. It's an old book, but it's still just as good as it ever was. And of course, Sri Aurobindo, Synthesis of Yoga, you can't do better than that. Now, if you want an introduction to the life and work of Sri Aurobindo, the best book I know of is L'Aventure de la Conscience, written by a man whose spiritual name is Satprem. Satprem, it's not his real name, he's a French Norman, from Normandy. Got to know the mother, immensely admiring of her. They both spoke French, and he is responsible for the 10-work agenda, his conversations with mother. And he wrote this book in English. It'll be something like Adventures of Consciousness. Well, if that's the literal translation, I don't know whether they translate it in the same words as it rises in the French. Aventure de la Conscience. It's Satprem on Sri Aurobindo. So that I can strongly recommend.
Okay. And the other question, if you'd like to take up, what are the similarities or dissimilarities between spiritual experience, your experience, and with Sri Aurobindo's experience?
Now, I have to be very careful here because I don't want to give the slightest impression that I'm a spirit of such exalted status that I've seen all these wonderful supernatural things and had all these wonderful mystic experiences. No, I have above average intelligence, but not much. Below average psychic intuitions. Any woman, I think, will have more psychic. My wife, for example, has more psychic intuition than I have. I have the imagination to understand what people who I believe in and trust say that they have experienced. And I've been able to build it into the framework of my philosophy, and that it is I would go so far as our only hope. I go so far as to say that this is our only hope, the only hope of saving our world from the catastrophe it is presently confronting as a result of its unequivocal commitment to material science and technology. And so don't. I can talk more about my life, but I don't think it's terribly interesting. My life really is my work, and my work. And I have not an exalted soul, though. Maybe.
Right.
May I ask one question, Shivani ji?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, Professor Christopher, I have got a question for you.
Yeah.
When Aurobindo went to Pondicherry, after that he went into mystical experience or exploration and all that, but he did not do much in worldly matters. Then how can you can say that it was his integral yoga which was a response to Albert Schweitzer's allegation that whole this mysticism of Indian tradition is life negating? This is the first question.
Thank you for that.
And the second one is, you talked about the phenomenological tradition of Heidegger and Sartre, but how would you relate it to Sartre being a nothingness? What are you saying all about mysticism? Thank you.
Those people are all atheists and communists, and don't expect anything in the way of spiritual evolution from them. But let me start with the more interesting question of the place of the body in Sri Aurobindo's own life, and in the context in which he developed these three traditions, Hatha, Bhakti, and Raja Yoga. I think of it in the context of his life as Hatha Yoga was his politics. You know, he fought for Indian independence, and indeed his most astonishing mystical experiences were when he was in jail in Alipur in 1910, and the English were trying to charge him with murder of a judge and his family, and he had these extraordinary experiences. He got away, he got out of that situation because the judge assigned to him by the British had been outwitted by him in a competition for the Greek prize in Greek poetry in Cambridge. So he did get that charge annulled, but he knew the British would bring it up again in another way and catch him again if he didn't get as far away from Calcutta as possible. He went first to Chandigarh, then he went to Pondicherry, as you know, at which point he retreated from his political life. So you might say Hatha Yoga for him came to an end when he stopped being a political activist. He did do a bit of walking up and down the corridor outside his room, but it's quite, now his Bhakti Yoga was his poetry, but in particular his great poem Savitri. Are you familiar with the existence of that poem?
Yes, yes,
sorry.
I am.
You are.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
That was his Bhakti Yoga. For me, this is my interpretation of his Bhakti Yoga was writing that poem, and his Raja Yoga was his philosophical work. So you can fit his life and his work together along those lines if you want. So whether that's the right way to do it, I don't know. Was there another question?
Thank you.
Yes, I got a question. Shivani, can I make a question?
Yeah, sir. Please go ahead.
So if you are using the term, what is the body here, I think, more than Heidegger and Sartre, I believe that it is Merleau-Ponty who comes to the picture, especially in his visible and the invisible. He talks about the flesh and the body. Therefore, if you are using if you are asking, what is saying, the placement of the body or the importance of the body, I think Merleau-Ponty is more prominent over here rather than Heidegger and Jean-Paul Sartre.
Sorry, you say rather than Heidegger, what was the name of the person?
Merleau-Ponty. Maurice Merleau-Ponty.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Your French accent isn't perfect, but it's good enough. I am very impressed by Merleau-Ponty, and I learnt from him what it meant to be a body.
That's it.
That is so important for me. Merleau-Ponty was a greater philosopher than Sartre, in my view. Sartre was much more famous. No, thank you. I mean, Merleau-Ponty, Maurice Merleau-Ponty. Yes. Phénoménologie de la perception. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Do we have any, Professor? The question by Professor Geeta Manekkala, who wishes to know as to how daily practitioners of yoga they express their experience of unity or unified experiences. How do they narrate? Are they able to find out any particular form of language that they can express their experience? That is her question.
Terribly interesting question. The literature is enormous, and I find it normal that every mystic should use his own words to describe the experience that he had, even sometimes an experience that left him speechless. So he had to sort of let's just take some examples. I'm very fond of the Blaise Pascal, who's one of the greatest mathematical and inventive minds of his time, whose life was transformed by an experience he had. He gives the date, he gives the time between 10 at night and 4 in the morning, and he is reduced to one word, fire. The word is feu, capital F, capital E, capital U, which translates into fire. He didn't know what else to say, fire. And then he thought, well, I must make an effort at it. And he went on, tears of joy, tears of joy, tears of joy. So he was really speechless. And he only had one mystic experience that we know of, and it changed his life entirely. He stopped being a mathematician, scientist, inventor, and so on and so forth, and became a Carmelite, I think, priest. But the other words that are frequently used, the other word that is frequently used, which connects with fire, of course, is light. Those are the two key words in mystic literature to describe the experience, light and fire.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Christopher. Thank you so much. I suppose there are no other questions. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for taking time. And now I invite Professor Els Koinarad who will be speaking on early history of yoga. Professor Koinerad comes from Belgium, and he obtained his degrees in sinology, Indology, and philosophy from Leuven University. And again, very sorry in my pronunciation, I might go wrong. And he also lived in Banaras Hindu University and did research, a commendable job rather, because he's been honored on that research on Hindu nationalism. And his views on religion is a mix of human sympathy and skepticism. So I now invite Professor Koinerad to present his views and perspectives on early history of yoga. Professor Koinerad, am I audible? I can't see him.
Sound is getting blurred.
Yeah, Professor Koinerad was just right here.
Unmute. You
Yeah,
can hear
sir.
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Unmuted.
Now we can see you. Yeah.
And you can see me correct in the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So good, not good morning for you, but good afternoon. The topic of the history of yoga is quite popular these days in academic circles. There is, for instance, this book by Mark Singleton and James Mallinson, two prominent researchers in that field, that go through the history of yoga as they see it. And I note some trends with which I disagree. Now, of course, that's normal among scholars, that you disagree on all kinds of things. But in this case, it's a fairly important tendency that I notice, and that is really worth disagreeing with. There, the history of yoga gets inscribed in a general narrative that is not so flattering to Hinduism. In particular, a very prominent article in there is by Philip Maas, a German-Austrian scholar, who says that yoga is not that old. It's not 5,000 years old, as Indians usually say. It's only 2,500 years old, and it really starts with the Buddha. And so you see, that is part of a general narrative that you hear all the time, that is present in 99% of introductory books on Buddhism or on Indian religion in general, namely that Hinduism is bad, Buddhism is good, or Hinduism the problem, Buddhism the solution. And so if somehow you discover something in Hinduism that is good, and yoga is in that category, I mean, nowadays in the West at any rate, it's very popular. So then that is explained away as a borrowing from Buddhism. If anything bad is discovered in Buddhism, that's a contamination from Hinduism. And so if anything good is found in Hinduism, that's an influence of Buddhism. Or rather, or even better, you see, the Brahmins have stolen it from Buddhism. Yes. And so, you see, to have more moral stature, to aggrandize themselves, they also took to yoga, but it in fact came from the Buddha. Now, it's a really strange story when you look at it from a distance, because it, all the great achievements of a whole civilization are somehow invested in one man. And he all invented it from scratch, because around him was Hinduism all around, and that's only bad. So somehow you get this narrative where the Buddha is invested with all kinds of good things, and so this includes yoga. Now, if you read the life story of the Buddha, you can already see that this is a bit of an absurd story. The Buddha himself was predicted upon birth to become either a king or a spiritual master. So there was already the notion of a spiritual master, that's for sure. Then at 29, he had his 4 meetings. And so he saw a sick person, a dead person, but he also saw a sadhu, a spiritual man, a renunciate. So the institution of renunciates already existed. The Buddha walked into a path that already existed. And in fact, he himself says so repeatedly in his sermons, that he didn't invent anything, that he was just following the former Buddhas. Just like the Rig Veda starts with a hymn in which, in passing, it is said that there were present rishis and there were rishis of the past. So you see, all these yogis insist that they haven't invented anything. Yoga is there all along. In the case of the Buddha, for example, a scholar from Oxford, Professor Gombrich, has shown that some of the phrases he uses in sermons, the Buddha I mean, are taken from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Right? And I mean, it's normal. I mean, nobody will be surprised by this. Although some Western scholars do disagree, they insist, you see, this is actually taught in all seriousness in Western universities, that the Upanishads too were taken from the Buddha. And so chronologically, this is strange, because then the Upanishads have to be brought down so as to be later than the Buddha. But you see, these professors, this is said, for instance, by Professor Johannes Bronkhorst from Lausanne, Switzerland. And so he and Gombrich are poles apart concerning the chronology. The one says the Upanishads were first, the other says the Buddha was first, but both of them agree on the paradigm, Hinduism bad, Buddhism good. So the one who says the Buddha had it, or had some of it from the Upanishads, at the same time insists that the Buddha used the terminology from the Upanishads, but changed its meaning, made its meaning more profound, more yogic, right? So I strongly disagree with that paradigm. You see, the Buddha certainly had his merits, but he could only see that far because he stood on the shoulders of giants, as the phrase goes. For example, he himself had his learning curriculum with several existing yoga masters who preceded him. Alara Kalama, who taught him the technique of the sphere of nothingness, and Udrakarama Putra, who taught him a meditation technique called neither perception nor non-perception. Now, I'm not going into what these techniques stand for. It's just these are two meditation techniques that came just before the Buddha reached his enlightenment. And these techniques, rather than being rejected, are part of the Buddhist meditation curriculum. And so they are entirely integrated. They are they have become part of Buddhism. And so in some of these modern introductions, it is disparagingly said that after learning with these teachers, the Buddha left them in disgust. Now, I've been to the original to check this, and all it says that the Buddha was not satisfied. And that is because, you see, he didn't care for simply meditation. He wanted meditation for a specific purpose, namely to get rid of suffering. The human condition of suffering was what, preoccupied him very much, which is less so with other yoga masters. like Swami Dayananda of the Arya Samaj, explicitly argues that, you see, the human condition is more positive than the Buddha with his, let's say, obsession for suffering would make you believe. Anyway, but so he learned these meditation techniques. They were good, only he wanted to take them further, and in his own conception, he did. But you see, those yoga techniques were very much there. You see, one of the masters was a Sankhya teacher, the other was probably a Jain, as far as we can tell. But so there were earlier yoga traditions. And the Buddha built upon that and so on. So everybody makes his own contribution, but the whole stream of yoga is already there. Now, Philip Maas insists that it was not 5,000 years old, and there I agree, because I think it is older than that, and at least 6,000 years old. You see, that is the age estimated by scholars for the age of Indo-European unity. That is to say, the age when Sanskrit and all the European languages, Greek, Latin, Germanic, Slavic, were still one. And so after migration, they differentiated, you see, they became different languages. How do we know that? Now here I refer to a paper from 1998 written by Oxford professor Nick Allen. And it is a really revolutionary paper, though maybe he didn't realize that himself. He died a few months ago. But so he was a believer in the Aryan invasion theory, the idea that the Sanskrit and so on came from somewhere in Russia and ended up in India. Now, in fact, the implications of his theory are that India is the land of origin. Why? He shows a great similarity, a great kinship between the mythologies of India and Greece. He shows, for example, two parallel stories of the journey by Arjuna to the Himalaya and then ultimately to heaven, where he receives his magical weapons, which allow him to win the battle, and the journey by Odysseus, who is the hero in the Homeric epic, the Odyssey, from one island to another. I spare you the details. And he cites all kinds of similarities between the two stories. And he concludes, obviously, this is ultimately one story that has been preserved by narrators, and that in both cases have been applied to, have been used in a larger narrative, which is in both cases a war epic. Homer describes the Trojan War, and Vyasa describes the war in the Bharata clan, the Mahabharata. But so those stories have a common origin. Now the difference between the two stories is that the one is about yoga. You see, Arjuna has to please Shiva in the journey. And so he does a number of ascetic exercises which we recognize as yoga, including even Hatha yoga. At one point for a whole month, he stands in Vrikshasana, in the tree pose, standing on one leg. So even Hatha yoga at the time was already in existence, but asceticism certainly was. And this element is missing from the Greek narrative. Now, what he concludes is that in the homeland, and he still thinks the homeland was in Russia, there must already have been yoga. And so the Greeks somehow lost that element. Now, the far more logical explanation is that the origin was in India. And so in India, yoga existed and continued to exist and to develop, whereas in the rough and tumble of their long migration to the West, the more subtle elements get lost. So the same narrative was being retold, but the more subtle element of yoga gradually disappeared. It's like, if somebody dies, his brain starts decomposing immediately, whereas his bones can last for centuries. So similarly, the rough outline of a story remains, whereas the subtle contents get lost, unless they are well preserved, which they were in India. So you do see a number of elements, for example, of the character Shiva in Odysseus' journey. Like, you see, the opponent of Arjuna, or the one who challenges him, is Lord Shiva, with a trident and with a third eye, right? Now, in the story, in Greece, he's constantly challenged and threatened by the god Poseidon, who has become a sea god, because the Hindus live on land in a landlocked area, Haryana thereabouts, and the Greeks, by contrast, live on the sea. They live on a group of islands. They're all the time on the boat. So for them, the same god has become the sea god, but both of them gods of the underworld. And so Poseidon also wields a trident. The son of Poseidon, who has the same characteristics, is Polyphemus, who has 3 eyes, who has a third eye. Now, the deep yogic meaning of the third eye, very well preserved in India, has also gotten lost in India, in Greece, I'm sorry. So, you see, in Greece, they still have this imagery of somebody with a third eye, but they don't understand it anymore. So it becomes just a joke, just a caricature. So at one point, Odysseus pokes out the eye of this son Polyphemus. Now, I discovered that the same story is also true in Germanic mythology, where you have the god Wodan, the supreme godhead, and he is depicted with one eye. But you see that one eye is a remainder of the original concept of a third eye. It represents wisdom. And so he sacrifices one eye in order to achieve wisdom, right? So that one eye, being originally the third eye, represents yogic wisdom. There are many more similarities, but that's not the story here. All I'm saying is that there was already a yogic knowledge 6,000 years ago, before they dispersed to Germany, to Greece, to everywhere in Europe. So yoga is very old. Many people in India say, oh, yoga is from the Vedas. I beg your indulgence, I disagree. You see, the Vedas are like 5,000, 4,000 years old, and yoga was already present. Yoga is not the main topic of the Vedas. And so very many Western scholars, most Western scholars have said yoga is not present in the Vedas. Like, for instance, in the Veda, there is the Mrityunjaya mantra, where the Trayambaka deity, which is Shiva, is asked for, releasing us from our bondage, just like a cucumber automatically falls from the tree. This way we want to be freed from bondage. Now, many scholars say, and this is still till today, since 1860, Wilson's translation, till today, Jameson and Brereton's translation, they insist that this must be an insertion, an interpolation. This was added much later because this yogic notion of renunciation was not present yet. Now there I disagree. You see, it was very much present since the beginning, since before the Vedas. And so, yes, you see, the Vedas are largely on worldly matters, performing sacrifices and pleasing the gods so that they may give you victory in battle, so that they may give you riches and so on, all the worldly pleasures, not yoga. But nevertheless, yoga is present here and there. Also, there's a testimony about yoga in the third person. There is the Muni Sukta, where they describe ascetics who are recognizable still till today as the Naga sadhus, you know, sky-clad and wandering. So they are not the rishis themselves. The rishis are elite figures. They are courtiers. You see, they are the court priests of a certain king and so on. They are not wandering ascetics or living in caves in the Himalaya or so. But nevertheless, they are familiar with yoga. And to some extent, they may have practiced it themselves. And so it's entirely logical when later in the Upanishads, then yoga comes into full focus. Probably in ancient India, there was a certain geographical distribution with the doctrine behind yoga more concentrated in the northeast, in Bihar, where, for instance, Yajnavalkya, who brings yogic ideas in a big way into the Vedic literature, into the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. You know, he made his name in a debate in Videha, in northwestern Bihar. That's also where Kapila Vastu is situated, which is attributed to Kapila, the sage of the Sankhya philosophy, which is really the metaphysical system behind yoga. It's also where Mahavira Jina comes from. It's where the Buddha comes from. So clearly, the notion of yoga, of renunciation, and also the metaphysics behind it, like the idea of reincarnation, originally was concentrated there in the northeast, less in the Vedas, less in the south, where other elements of Hinduism come from, like, you know, Murti Puja is more something from the south, goddess worship is more something from Bengal, Assam, and so on. So fire sacrifice is a Vedic tradition from the northwest, where you people are. But so all these elements come together and form Hinduism. And so one of them, a very important one, is yoga. So yoga was there all the time. The professor who introduced us, who has left now, he spoke about God and yoga. About this, I have to report that in the West, there is an important current, especially in France. Professor McCann, you might be familiar with it. A tendency that insists that yoga has nothing to do with God, right? Like, for instance, I have this book here by my friend Dr. Jacques Vigne from France, a psychiatrist, which is, the title means Practice of Secular Meditation. And so that current insists that God had nothing to do with it. On the contrary, yoga is, as he himself quoted, as the professor here quoted, yoga is letting the self rest in itself, is shutting off all mental and sensorial contents so that consciousness rests only in itself. Well, that means that there is no sensorial perception of things around you. There is no thought of things in the past, in the future. There's no reasoning and so on, no mathematical objects and so on. Well, in that case, there is no thought of any God outside of you. And so you can say, of course, but the self, your own consciousness, according to Vedanta, that is divine. Okay, that's okay. You can call that God. You know, you can speak of yoga aiming at self-realization, or you can call that God realization. No matter, because in the yogic state, the outside world doesn't exist anyway. And so if after that, after coming down from your yogic state, you go to the temple and you worship, or you don't, it doesn't matter to the experience of yoga itself. This is in fact not too unorthodox what I'm saying, because in India you have this notion of the four purusharthas, the goals of life. And so among them, you have dharma and you have moksha. Now, dharma, often very rudimentarily translated as religion, does indeed contain an element of religion in the sense of being aware of the whole, of what is larger than yourself. You know, it also means ethics in the sense of being aware of the other parts of the whole. You see, your proper relation with other human beings, also with other beings than humanity. But so it also means to be aware of the whole, of what others call God. So that's part of dharma. You could have religion and call it dharma, whereas moksha means to be rid of everything. It's also not social. You should not talk about, yeah, yoga is all fine, but it's too transcendent. You know, we should not forget about the world. Well, of course, we shouldn't forget about the world. That's what we have dharma for. But yoga is something else. A yogi can perfectly go sit in a cave and concentrate on his meditation, on his yoga, and do nothing else. There is nothing wrong with that. You see, there are monks nowadays in India who hurry to prove themselves that they're also socially involved and so on, like the Ramakrishna mission. And you see, I think that it is, sorry to say, you know, compared to the wisdom of Hindu tradition, a bit of a degenerative trend. You see, of course, we should care about society, we should do charity, we should care about the poor and so on, that's fine. But for that, we have society. You see, people should count that as their duty to look after one another. But yogis, they have the duty to be free. It is not their job to look after others. What they have to look after is liberation. And the best they can do for society is to achieve liberation. And you see, they radiate automatically the beneficial vibrations just by doing their yoga properly. So these are two different things. There is no reason to, you know, to be defensive about this. Oh yeah, yoga is selfish. No. Yoga is supposed to be selfish, quite literally. You know, it is concentrating on the self, and all the rest is also there. But you see, Hindu society is very large. Not everybody is a yogi, or maybe everybody should be a yogi, but not to the extent of being a caveman in the Himalaya. You do have a tendency in yoga, which you now also see in the Western forms of yoga, in urban yoga in India, where people do practice yoga to some extent, like every morning before going to the job for 1 hour or so, they sit in meditation, which is for, as someone who does this explained to me, it's like tuning your instrument. You are far better able to do your duties to society if first you concentrate, you calm the mind. So you see, that's not high definition yoga going all the way, but it is also a great contribution to the well-being of humanity. Well, okay, that's essentially what I wanted to say for now. No, I can't hear you.
Just a second.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Koinara, for bringing in the historical perspective and letting us know about the trajectory that has taken place. And of course, we understand that yoga of course, you have extended the period to 6000 BC, and you have not remained up till 5000. That goes to some credit to the tradition, but certainly there are questions which bother us as academicians, and of course sometimes as natives of a country which has such a rich heritage. And at times, of course, we do feel shy about to talk about and accept the sincere points of philosophical elements, the heavy points that our tradition carries within itself. So thank you so much. And I was personally touched by the example of the three eyes that you were, the third eye, that the eye of wisdom, and especially when you narrated that one eye goes missing. So Buddha, when represented only with one eye, so it is an addition to my personal knowledge, the concept of wisdom eye that you mentioned. And of course, time and again, you brought in the references from Veda and Mrityunjay, Stotra and Muni Sukta, and then again reference back to Yagyavalkya, and of course, the secular form of meditation also you brought in from the contemporary times. I think that we have questions for you, and I would just pick up and let you know there is a question. Just a second. All right. So, this is for Professor Koinarad. All right. Does yoga have multiple philosophies according to its type and different practices? This is a question by Dr. Sudesh Bharadwaj from Chandigarh.
Yes. Well, yoga is first of all a practice. And so very many ancient yogis were not particularly espousing one particular philosophy. The main thing they concentrated on was yoga. And yoga means achieving, if you can call it that, a certain state of consciousness in which consciousness is not conscious of the outside world, but is conscious of itself. And one German scholar who converted to Hinduism, who became a Swami himself, Agyananda Bharati, he calls this the zero experience, right? Now, Indian terms like kaivalya, like mukti, like nirvana, and so on, they are all conceptual approximations of that state, but the state ultimately is the same. There's a state of deep meditation that is the same, and then all kinds of constructions in philosophy are built around it. You see, the goal of meditation is not always defined the same way. Like, for instance, the idea that it has to stop desires, or it has to stop suffering, or it has to stop the wheel of reincarnations. You see, these are different interpretations, these are different thoughts added to it. Perhaps some are more correct than others. You see, that's why philosophers debate all the time. Perhaps they are, I'm not sure. But at any rate, these are constructions on the outside. They make little difference for the actual practice of yoga. And so, you see, when nowadays you see in all these talks, interreligious dialogue and so on, it is said very often, especially by Hindus, that all religions say the same thing. Now, that's not true. You see, if it's only Jesus, then Shiva is not it. And if it's only Muhammad, you see, then the Buddha is not it. Then you have to smash the Buddha in Bamiyan and so on. So these religions are different. However, the dharmic religions, or the dharmic traditions, shall I say, they are essentially the same, at least as far as liberation is concerned, as yoga is concerned. You see, they all start from this same experience. Not every individual, of course, has the experience, but they do feel the presence of people who do have this experience. And that makes a difference. You see, if you come in India, it's sometimes a terrible place, but yet it has something very special. You see, everybody wants to go there, and everybody who has been there, longs back for it. It gains a place in his heart. And so part of it is simply the presence of yogic achievement. And so this is common. You see, what Buddhists do, what the Shankaracharya does, and so on, has a lot in common. It's something very essential in common, even if those philosophies that are built around it are different. So in their case, you could say, yeah, essentially they are the same.
Okay. Yeah. Another question. This is, what is the difference between Agam Yoga and Nigam Yoga? You're free to address questions. If would you like to address this question?
I don't use those terms. Agam I only know as the term for the Shiva Agamas and the Vishnu Agamas and so on. I don't know if that is what is meant.
Yeah, I think so. That Agam Yoga and Nigam Yoga. Okay, we can take another question because the question is not very explicit in its nature.
May I?
Yeah, please.
I'm not an Indologist, and I'm much too old to join your department as a candidate for your departmental program. And it may be my ignorance that allows me to think that your thesis is so obviously true, namely that Hinduism cannot be subordinated to Buddhism, that I wonder that anyone could have thought the contrary. But that may be my limitations and also my reading of Hinduism out of Sri Aurobindo, for whom the rishis go back before written language. They go back a very, very long way at the foundations of Hinduism. So it may just be my ignorance, but I think your position is so correct, I wonder anyone could challenge it. Sorry,
thank you.
That's more of an observation. Thank you, Professor Christopher. And we have another question for you, Professor Koinarath. This is from one of our research scholars, Manish. As you linked yoga as a common origin of India and Greece, is there any form of yoga developed in Greece?
Well, that's an important question because there are quite a few people in Europe who are charmed by yoga, who want to do yoga, but who at the same time feel a certain ethnic pride and try to find elements of yoga back in their own tradition, or in their pre-Christian tradition rather. Like for instance, the Druids in Britain, you see, did they practice yoga? We really don't know, because that was a purely oral tradition. They didn't want anything to be written down. So it was all oral, just like the Vedas were transmitted orally. Only you see the tradition of the Druids was destroyed. And so we don't know. And, even if we knew positively, yes, they did a form of yoga, we can't recover it. We don't know it. So, you see, we are dependent on what India has to offer. As for Greece, again, you see, I'm not too sure that there was a continuous tradition of yoga since the beginning, since this Indo-European age 6,000 years ago. And I don't think so. However, in the classical period, there was important influence from India. And so in the Stoic philosophy, there is an element of yoga, like they practiced every morning for an hour or so, they practiced what they called staying in the now, staying in the present, which was meditation. It's like Zen Buddhism. Just not think of anything, no mantra or so, staying in the present. which means not let your thoughts wander, not to imagination about the future, not to memories of the past, staying in the now. Yeah? So they had a form of meditation which was very probably borrowed from India. Then Professor McCann mentioned Plotinus, a Greek philosopher of the later period, and he definitely had influence from India, and his philosophy is clearly influenced by Vedanta. You know, his idea is that, well, essentially the world is all one. It is an emanation from the one. And that's the difference with the creationist viewpoint of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, where God is the totally other. You have the creator and the creation, and there is absolutely no common measure between them. Whereas in an emanationist view, the one is thinly present in every object. So, you know, so Plotinus definitely was influenced by India. So there was a yogic element there, no doubt, but that was not because it was transmitted from 6,000 years ago to the classical period. No, that was borrowed from India. And so they had a lot of contact with India after Alexander. You know, there were Greeks all the way in Afghanistan in the northwest frontier. And so that contact was established. And so obviously Indian elements did reach Greece. Like a very important one. In the Logia, the sayings of Jesus, there are clearly stories that are identical with sermons by the Buddha. And so very clearly, when Ashoka sent missionaries, Buddhist missionaries abroad, they reached not only China and Sri Lanka and so on, they also reached the Middle East. And so their teachings disappeared, but elements of it remained present. And so some of the nicest stories of Christianity are like really taken straight from Buddhism. So the setting of Jesus' life is definitely within Judaism, within the Roman Empire and so on. But, you know, he was interested in spiritualism, that's obvious. And so the stories that were in the air, you know, that teachers told the people, and some of the people themselves kept on telling to others, those stories are present, and they entered his own discourse. So very definitely, you see, these elements were present, not by transmission since hoary days, but simply by physical transmission, you know, in the age of the Buddha or later.
Okay. Thank you for your response. I'll pick just one more question. This is by Shri Kulvinder Singh Ji. Can you explain specific area of Hindu philosophy that has been denied by Buddha philosophy? This is, a question for you. Yeah.
An area of philosophy, certainly not. But then that can be explained away by saying, yeah, but the Buddha didn't want to go into philosophical questions. You know, when people asked him such things, you know, he refused to answer, or he gave some counter question. He didn't develop a philosophy, really. Or certainly not adversarial. He didn't go saying, oh, they are wrong, listen to me instead. You know, the conflictual element is in matters of practice. Like he clearly derided the practice of animal sacrifice. And so he was a very important factor in the phasing out of animal sacrifice in Hinduism. But in terms of philosophy, I mean, it's a very good question, because you see those who say that Buddhism is a different religion from Hinduism is in fact anti-Hindu. The Buddha was an anti-Vedic rebel and things that nowadays are said by Ambedkarites and so on. You see, if that were true, then we would, in the copious sayings of the Buddha, there would be some elements of rejecting this philosophy. No, on the contrary, you can see a lot of philosophical continuity. Like, for instance, I mentioned this meditation technique, neither perception nor non-perception. Now, that logical form, neither X nor non-X, that starts with the Rig Veda, like in the Nasadya Sukta. In the beginning, there was neither non-being nor being. So that goes straight to the Buddha. And he never says, I have it from the Veda or so, but he has it from the Veda, ultimately, So, and of course, you see the whole notion of liberation, you cannot find that in Europe or in America or anywhere. You see, that's entirely part of the thought atmosphere present in India.
Yeah.
So that was totally continuous with the ideas that were around him.
Right. One last question, because this is again from one of our students, Dr. Arun Garg. He's teaching in Bihar. And his question is, who do you think is most responsible for distorting the real essence of yoga from liberation to simple body-centric postures?
Yes. Yes. Well, you see, yoga certainly doesn't really mean these body postures. You see, Hatha Yoga is an auxiliary thing. And strictly speaking, it's only from the Nath Yogas that this is a system in its own right. Nath Yoga is like 1,000 years ago, of which famous scion of the Nath Yogi Sampradaya is, of course, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. But elements of Hatha Yoga were already far more ancient. Like I mentioned, the tree pose, Vrikshasana, or for example, this one, the bat pose, hanging upside down from a tree. That's a very ancient exercise. And in fact, it's also present in the mythology, in the Germanic mythology around Wodan, because also to achieve wisdom, he goes hanging in a tree for 9 days. So, Hatha Yoga was present. And of course, if you talk, for instance, of the Naga sadhus, who are mentioned in the Rig Veda already, they live in akharas, wrestling places, so they also develop martially. Just like in monasteries in China, Shaolin monastery and so on, they combine practicing meditation with practicing martial arts. So they have a lot of physical exercise, and so Hatha Yoga has mainly developed from that. So there's nothing against Hatha Yoga, only it becomes a bit funny when Hatha Yoga is done for itself. And so the purpose of meditation is missing. In the civilization, Sindhu Saraswati civilization, you have many depictions of people in meditation pose, either in Bhadrasana or in Siddhasana, but practically only seated poses. You don't see any contortions, you don't see anyone standing on his head. So yoga really is meditation. And so Hatha Yoga is only an auxiliary. Now in Europe, and very especially in America, this is completely ignored. There is even talk of making yoga an Olympic discipline. I don't know how you would have to compare people, but But anyway, so there they have simply lost sight of the goal of yoga. And so they are satisfied with a healthy body and so on. That's not entirely absent from the Hindu tradition. Like in, I think, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, one of the classics of Hatha Yoga at any rate, it is said that if you practice it, it gives you a lustrous body, which makes you irresistible to the opposite sex. Now, there you have the number one reason why people in America practice yoga, okay? Because they want to be attractive. So yeah, that's one of the goals in life. That's admitted in Hinduism. There are 4 goals in life, and liberation is not the only one. But yeah, nevertheless, you see, people have to grow in that. My impression in Europe, at any rate, is that there is a certain progress that yoga is taken more and more seriously. The same thing, by the way, for the Chinese tradition of Qigong. You see, more and more masters are brought over from there, or pupils are going to the East and getting serious training and really seeing the whole surroundings of it. And getting culturally more and more enculturated to Hinduism. And so I think that, you shouldn't worry too much. I think this is evolving in the right direction. Though I agree that as Indians, you must be shocked to hear that in New York there is cat yoga, beer yoga, naked yoga, and so on. There is a real degenerative trend there, but it's not the only thing. And I think ultimately it'll be all right.
These technological issues, yeah. Thank you, Professor Konerath, for responding to our questions and queries. And thank you again for taking out time. It was wonderful having you with us. Now I invite Professor Shubhda Joshi, ma'am. She has been former head of Department of Philosophy, Mumbai University, and an expert in Indian philosophy, and over 40 years of experience in teaching and research, and has been an invaluable member in the top philosophical and educational institutes and councils and societies all over the world, and for the past 3 decades. Today, we have the pleasure of listening to you, ma'am. Her topic that she has decided to speak upon is Nitya and Naimittik in Yoga. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you for coming and joining us.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Are you able to see me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, will I start?
Yeah, please do.
At the outset, thank you very much, Shivani ji, for giving me this opportunity to put my thoughts on this particular topic, the Nitya and the Naimittika in Yoga of Patanjali. So, from the title, it is obvious that I will speak about some aspects of yoga as explained by sage Patanjali in his book Yoga Sutra, and it is further explained by commentary, and that is by Vyasa, which is Vyasa Bhashya. Yoga in Yoga Sutras of Patanjali is also known as Ashtanga Yoga, that is having 8 limbs. The first 5 limbs are, or first 5 steps also one may say, but the literal translation of Anga is usually done as limbs. The first 5 are referred to as Bahiranga, or the outer, the external limbs, and the later 3 are Antaranga, or the inner limbs. And the Ashtangika Marga, I know this will be very elementary for the research scholars, but since Shivani ji, you told me that this particular seminar, the enrollment is by the common people also, those who may not be knowing about yoga, and that is why I'm explaining these simple things also, with which usually philosophy scholars and students are familiar. So the ethical discipline, namely of Yama and Niyama, then psychophysical discipline of asana and pranayama. Then there is a step which is known as pratyahara. I look at pratyahara as the connecting link between the Bahiranga Yoga and then the later 3 steps of Antaranga Yoga, Dhyana and Samadhi. In today's lecture, I will focus more on the ethical dimensions, that is the angas of yoga, the 2 angas of yoga, namely Yama and Niyama. Yamas, as we know all, but those who don't know, I will just mention the names. Ahimsa, that is the non-violence. Satya, the truth. Asteya, that is the non-stealing. Aparigraha, that is non-acquisition. And Brahmacharya, that is celibacy. The niyamas are 5. Shaucha, that is cleanliness. Santosha, that is contentment. Swadhyaya, literal translation of Swadhyaya is self-study. Tapa, that is austerity. And then Ishwara Pranidhana, that is maybe completely surrendering to the God. These angas actually are towards a particular goal. And the goal suggested is to minimize the ashuddhis, that is to minimize the impurities and then attain purity. To make it more complicated, if I were to refer to a sutra which comes in the 2nd adhyaya, Atha Yoganga Anusthana Jnana Deepti Aviveka Khyatehe. Jnana Deepti Aviveka Khyatehe. Or Jnana Deepti Aviveka Khyatehe. It means that by practicing yogangas, what happens is that the impurities are minimized, that is the ashuddhi is either eliminated or it is minimized. And as a result of the elimination of the impurities, what happens is that the illumination takes place. The enlightenment takes place. So Jnana Deepti Viveka Khyatehi. And that actually is the goal of the entire 8 angas which are explained in the Yoga Sutras. Now, what are the impurities? The impurities, the commentary says that the impurities are due to either the excess of the Rajoguna, and therefore they are of the Rajasika type, or it is due to the excess of Tamoguna, and therefore they are of the Tamasika type. Now, the Rajasika type of Ashuddhis or the impurities are referred to as the Ghora Vrittis. That is the mental modifications where Rajas is more than Sattva, or the Rajas is more than both Sattva and Tamas. Now the Ghora Vrittis are like Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Mada, Moha, Matsara, which usually are called as Shadripus, the 6 enemies. Now these 6 enemies are enumerated as the impurities due to excess of Rajas. And the Mudha Vrittis, that is the mental modifications which are due to excess of Tamas. I may mention few, and they are like Nidra, Alasya, Pramada, that is one feels very, very sleepy, one experiences laziness or the bewilderment or the erroneous approach. Now, as I have already said, that by removing these ashuddhis, that is the Ghora Vrittis and the Mudha Vrittis, the sutra says that knowledge of the higher level is possible. And this is the knowledge which is the type of enlightenment or illumination. Now, the nature of knowledge, the further yoga sutras may explain as one's own real nature, that who am I? Kaha aham, if that is the question one is asking, what is my real nature? What is my essential nature? Then to this, the question. But I'm not going into the detail of that, either the question or the answer. What I'm trying to say is only that the beginning, the first two steps or the first two limbs of the Ashtangika Yoga are the yamas and the niyamas. And they're very important because unless and until the practitioner becomes really pure, practitioner is free from the impurities, the further journey in the illumination or the enlightenment may not be possible. And that is why practice of the yama and the niyamas that is advocated. The yamas, as I've already said, they are 5. The niyamas also are 5. Now let us go further into the nature of the yamas and the niyamas. And is there any reason, whether we can find it out, that why is it that in the Yoga Sutras, the first anga is first or the second anga also, it consists of certain do's and don'ts in terms of code of conduct. Now, before I go to the explanation of Ahimsa Satya Asteya, let me put it before the researchers and the stalwarts in Indian philosophy, a particular thought which has come to me as explanation. Before going into the usual explanation of Ahimsa Satya Asteya, I'm trying to put forward that behind these principles of Yama and Niyama are two important aspects which are there in the Vedic philosophy as a very important dimension of Vedic philosophy, namely the concept of Rita and the concept of Rina. Rita, it means that it is the natural order, the cosmic order, that everything in this cosmos is orderly, everything in the nature, everything in the universe, everything even in the world is in order. And this Rita, it means that, say for example, the cyclic nature of season, the cyclic nature in the universe of a particular phenomenon, like to get the example from modern science, the cyclic nature, the cycle of oxygen or the cycle of carbon dioxide, that everything is operating in the cyclic way. That there is the order, or that there is the system behind this world in which we are born. This is important, that we as human persons are born in this world, in this universe, which is really very systematic, very orderly. And what is really therefore required is that we have to maintain that order. Rita is to be maintained. And why is it that the order is to be maintained by the human person? Because the order of nature will not be violated or is not violated by, say for example, the creepers, the plants or the trees or even the animals, like the wild animals, because they don't have that advanced capacity to think about or to reason. And reasoning is given only to a human person, and therefore with reasoning, human person can think about future and is capable of disturbing this order of Rita. For example, the rivers flow from the mountain and there is a cyclic order that due to which regular cycle of rain is there, and therefore the rivers also are full of water. We all are experiencing that how human activities and human approach and human reason is capable of disturbing such cyclic operations in the nature. And how is it that these are disturbing? Now, therefore, a human person is told that this cyclic nature is not to be disturbed. Now, let us take the first value which is narrated as a part of Yama, and that is ahimsa. Now, to disturb the order is excess killing of the wild animals such as tigers and lions and maybe even elephants. And we all are experiencing this, that in India there is a project, and that project is that preserve the wildlife. And preserving the wildlife, say for example, especially the tigers, and the tigers are counted. Now, why is it so? Because there is again a cyclic order, and when tigers, the number of tigers are being extinguished, then the natural cycle gets disturbed. I'm trying to connect the principle of non-violence, that is, do not kill unless and until it is very essential, and avoid as far as possible killing. Now, killing I'm not connecting, or ahimsa I'm not connecting only with avoiding, taking the non-vegetarian food. It is not only that, but it is avoiding any disturbance, avoiding any type of himsa. Like, for example, I take it further that pollution in the rivers is also a type of himsa, where a lot of creatures and where a lot of species are there in the river, and maybe they are destroyed. Even the water itself is polluted, and that is violating Rita, the natural order. It in turns actually comes back to us, that any disturbance to Rita, the life of human person, or the life, the social or otherwise the life of human person gets destroyed. Now, what is further I would like to say is that to maintain this particular order, what is introduced is the concept of Runa. And what is the concept of Runa? That one has to really pay the debt that we are in this universe. We are not for the sake of enjoyment, because we are already enjoying that particular order of the universe, and therefore we have to pay back the Runa. And the Runas, as we all may be knowing also, that they are like Matru Pitru Runa, the Acharya Runa, the Deva Runa, and then maybe Manava Runa. Now, what is it that, how is it that these Runas also are connected with the principles like Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, and Aparigraha? As I've already tried to explain, that when the natural order is really disturbed, we are, as an individual, we are the part of society. Society is the part of the nature. That nature is the part of the cosmos, or it is also the entire conscious principle. So, as it is put usually in Sanskrit, that we as Vyashti are the part of Samashti. Samashti is a part of Srishti, and Vyashti, Samashti, Srishti, everything is a part of Parameshti. That is the Parama Purusha, and that is how we are linked with each other. And any disturbance at the order of Samashti is going to affect Vyashti, that is going to affect the individual. That is, any disturbance at the social level will disturb the individual. It will also disturb the nature. It will also disturb the other orders. That actually I'm looking at as a connect between the ancient Indian principles which are told, the Vedic principles which are told, and the yamas and the niyamas, that is the ethical rules which are given in the Yoga Sutras. So let us go to the next next yama, and that is Satya. Now what is Satya? Satya actually means Yathartha Jnana. You know, in epistemology, we usually say, what is Satya? Satya is Yathartha Jnana. And it is this Satya which is the same as Rita. It is the truth. And therefore, in the Rigveda especially, that which is Asatya is also called Anrita. And what is said is that enlightenment is possible only when a person is following the path of Rita, and therefore there is a saying in Rigveda that, you know, Ritasya panthaha, na tarati dushkrutaha. It means that the path of virtue, the path of truth, the path of Satya can be trodden only by one who is not doing the immoral or unethical actions. Now, therefore, Satya is to be practiced, then Asatya is to be avoided. That is, Asatya is Ashuddhi. Ayathartha Jnana is Ashuddhi. Now, commentary has not given anything. This is, I am just putting forward before the learned audience, because I know that the audience is mixed. There are scholars, there are faculty members, and also there are lay persons. So I'm putting it before. Satya as another yama, and I'm looking at it as connecting it with Rita, or that order, the cosmic order, which is also the natural order, which also operates in our world. Therefore, Satya is Yathartha Jnana, also will help us to minimize the Ashuddhi. And what is that Yathartha Jnana? The Yathartha Jnana, one of the Yathartha Jnanas in the context of ethics, I may say, that we are born within the order, that is Rita. We have to follow the order, and to follow the order, we have to obey the ethical rule. We have to do our duties. We have to do the path of duty. That is, we are here for the sake of kartavya. We are here for the sake of tyaga. We are not here for the sake of bhoga. Now, this itself leads to the third yama, and that is asteya. That is non-stealing. In other words, we cannot take something which belongs to others. If at all we take something which belongs to or which belong to others or others, then we have to return it. We have to give it back. In case of asteya, now look at this way, that we are here already with rinas. In other words, being born in a systematic world, a systematic universe, rule-bound universe, what we are doing is that we are already borrowing it. At the time of birth itself, we have borrowed it, and therefore now what is expected of the human person is only that we have to return it. That we are born in this srishti, that we have given, that we have been given all that is needed for our good life, being born in the orderly universe. And therefore now we have to really give back. We are already indebted, and that is why we have to pay back that debt. We have to return that rina. That we are born as human persons because of our parents, and therefore we have to pay matru pitru rina. Now, what is the significance that, or what is so important that we have been here as human persons? This is because, again, Satya Darshana, In other words, finding one's own infinite nature is possible only in the human birth. It is not possible in any other birth. That elevation from Nara to Sura, or elevation from the finite human person to the infinite soul, infinite self, that is having Atma Jnana, all that is possible only when one is born as human person. That in yoga terminology, one can say that it is Jnana Deepti, it is the realization as Purusha, Parama Purusha, that is Ishvara, who is described as Parama Purusha. It is pure consciousness. We are conscious human persons, but the consciousness is limited, and that infinite consciousness is realized. One may try to put it that way. Therefore, Matru Pitru Runa, one has to pay back. But then, Matru Pitru Runa can be paid by protecting two social institutions. One is the social institution of marriage, because for every human person, according to the Vedic ethos, it is mandatory to marry, to have children, to nurture them in order to maintain continuity of human race, and also to maintain the continuity of the world of knowledge and contribution to the world of knowledge. So Matru Pitru Runa, now one has to connect in the light of Matru Pitru Runa, the fifth type of yama, and that is Brahmacharya. But before coming to Brahmacharya, let me say that this Runa, Matru Pitru Runa, and then one has to pay Acharya Runa or Rishi Runa, that is, one has to contribute to the world of knowledge. The Laukika Jnana and the Paramarthika Jnana, one really has to try to acquire both. Now, this I am trying to connect with the first three yamas, namely Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, that is non-stealing. We are already taking something from nature, something from society, something from family, something from our parents, and therefore we have to return it to all those, and that is, one has to become Anrana. And the old Vedic ethos has already said that the goal is to become Anrana, so that the further journey towards enlightenment is possible. So I'm putting it before the learned audience. Then Asteya further leads to Aparigraha. Aparigraha again means whatever is excess, one has to really give it up. Now, in other words, one has to give up moha, lobha, one of the six enemies, one has to really give up, and the virtue of sacrifice, virtue of giving away the donations, one's own belongings, distributing one's own belongings, one really have to develop. This also leads to returning Manusharuna, that is giving, offering food to the human persons, those who are in need of it. So one can go on expanding it, and then I come to the next, or the rather the last yama, and that is Brahmacharya. So for every human person, according to old Vedic ethos, paying Matru Pitru Runa, it means that one has to be a grahastha. So marriage is a must. So what is advocated by the concept Brahmacharya is that one has to have a married life, but sexual indulgence really is not at all advisable. So it has to be a balanced life, and there are rules and regulations that how a grahastha has to practice brahmacharya, and along with that also one can continue the human race, as well as the continuity in the world of knowledge is maintained. So to practice the Rita and Rana, now one can really here think about the Nitya and the Naimittika. That is it possible to practice it forever, or is it always, or is it that is Nitya, or is it occasional, is it Naimittika? Now again, occasional, it means it is like in the Aristotelian logic, the word some is defined as it may be one or it may be almost all. So whether those who look at yoga, whether they think about the yamas and the niyamas as naimittika, it means maybe occasionally, on very few occasions, on some occasions, or almost all occasions. This is a very important question. And then the question also one may ask to oneself is that why is it that Patanjali begins with yamas and the niyamas? But to that we may come slightly later. The niyamas, they are shaucha, santosha, svadhyaya, tapa, ishvara pranidhana. Now again, one very important factor is that the yamas as well as the niyamas, they are to be practiced as kayika, vachika and manasika. It means that it's the practice which is done with the help of body. That is the bodily acts, also the speech acts, that is the vachika, and the manasika, that is the mental acts or the thinking. Now let us look at shaucha, cleanliness. Now one can ask the question that is cleanliness to be practiced only as an individual? Is it only connected necessarily to vyashti, or is it connected with samashti? And maybe the kayika, vachika, manasika, all these, whether they are connected with the individual or with the society. In the present pandemic, we all have realized importance of cleanliness at the level of individual as well as cleanliness at the level of our social behavior. We go to the vegetable market to purchase vegetables, and if the leftovers are thrown on the road, we are worried because that will create further problem to the health hazards which are already existing in the society. And therefore we are very particular not to make our roads filthy or really with garbage. In other words, what we have realized is that cleanliness of water, cleanliness of the entire system of commuting, maybe like roads or public transport, and especially we those who stay in Mumbai, we have to take we have to travel by trains, local trains, and usually during monsoon what we see is that waterlogging because of the filth on the railway tracks, and then the commutation comes to a standstill. So kayika, vachika and manasika cleanliness is really important. In the pandemic, what we see is that hospitals sometimes are, or maybe just as the pandemic is increasing day by day, it is becoming difficult for the staff working in the hospitals to maintain that cleanliness. So those who are there, those who reach there for treatments, they also have to take care about the cleanliness. So what I'm trying to say is that shaucha is cleanliness not only at the personal level but also at the social level. Now cleanliness at the personal level, we are forced to wash hands again and again. Now we go out and then when we come back, we have to take bath and then we have to wash all our clothes. And what we are advised is to eat the food which is pure, which is not contaminated. In Ayurveda or even in yoga parlance, it is called satvika food, which is homemade, which is not stale, which is hot. And what is indicated or suggested is avoid oily food, avoid excess sweet, blah, blah, blah. In other words, what is really communicated to us or told to us constantly is that importance of cleanliness. Now, is it only because the pandemic is there that therefore we have to practice cleanliness, or that we have become suddenly very, very sensitive and very, very aware about the cleanliness? Maybe. But this, whenever we used to come entering the home, it was the practice that we were asked to wash our hands as well as our feet. But you know, if I used to tell this to my grandson, who used to come from school wearing his shoes and socks, and his argument was that since my hands are not clean, let me wash only my hands. But I've removed my socks and shoes, and therefore my feet are clean. And therefore, why is it that you are making it compulsory that I should wash my feet? In the yogic ethos, it is mandatory that body should be clean. Again, it is mandatory that the speech act also should be very clean. Clean in the sense that it should be really pure, it should be really sattvika. Because as I've already told you, that the goal is to minimize the impurities, to minimize the gora vrittis and the muda vrittis. So one has to avoid anger, that is krodha. One also has to avoid indicating any excess of moha or lobha through our speech act. One should not really use the negative speech, negative words. You know, otherwise, everywhere it was said, or it is said, that in the house where we stay, that house itself also has a vastu, and that itself says tathastu. It means that whichever words are uttered, it is said that, oh, let it be, let your wish be fulfilled. Simple thing is that the speech acts also create vibrations, and whether the vibrations affect, maybe, but the negative speech, the negative words, they simply spoil the relations, and they certainly create the environment which is not conducive for any sattva or shubha. And therefore, speech act also is to be shaucha. And vanasika, now this positive thinking is very, very important. And this positive thinking, again, is not only confined for individual. Our Vedic ethos, it says that such positive thinking also should be there in the public domain. And therefore, the prayers also should be full of positivity. And the prayers should be like, let our journey from finite to infinite. And the prayer also should be not only individual, but say, for example, prayer by all. We may say prayer by a community, or prayer by even entire humanity. Say, for example, look at the last verse of Rigveda, which says, Sangachadvam Samvadadvam Samvomanasi Janatam. That is, it always has expressed the desire that whatever we do, whether our speech acts, or whether our bodily actions, or whether it is the mental process of thinking, positive thinking, let us think with one mind, as if we are one. So, with all unity, let us work together. in the present pandemic, what is required is that this positivity, not only at the individual level, but also at the level of society as a whole. We keep supporting each other in this crisis has become really very, very important. So let us go to the second niyama, and that is santosha, the contentment. As I've already said, that it is connected again with the yama, contentment, that one should not really think of stealing something of other. And therefore, whatever one has to be satisfied with that. But it doesn't mean that one should not put on efforts to get more. It doesn't suggest that therefore one should be satisfied with minimal, or one should live a life with some frugal things. No. Because again, santosha, one has to see in a broader perspective of purushartha. Artha kamo hi purushartha is lokayata. But dharma artha kama moksha is a purushartha, is the Vedic ethos. And therefore, for a grahastha, purushartha, that is artha, as a purushartha, is always advocated. But what is advocated is that one should lead a life with one's life of prosperity, and that prosperity one may achieve, one may attain by one's own efforts, by one's own brilliance, by one's own study, and following the paths of action along with righteousness. So it is as if one has to follow the path of action, but one should not really deviate from the path, the ethical path. And that actually is that one has to really work, one has to put efforts. And this really answers the question that why one should not take bribe. Because it is violating the ethical rule of asteya. It is also not practicing santosha. And it is not even following the purushartha of artha. So we work, we put efforts, we earn money. And the Vedic ethos tells us that shatahastam samahara, sahasrahastam sankira. It means that let us earn with 100 hands, but give it away with 1,000 hands. And that really is santosha. And this is to be practiced at the individual level as well as at the social level. So here permission is not there for any unethical practice. By giving rise to any unethical practice, we are really violating Rita. And by violating Rita, we ourselves are creating the path on which walking will be difficult for us. So, santosha also really implies that there should not be practice of dvesha, that is hatred for others who are better off. That we are satisfied with whatever we have, and we also are happy when others prosper. This is something which is very significant, which is to be practiced. Especially this particular practice will give some sort of mental peace, because one really can take a decision whether I really have to work like a machine to go on acquiring more and more and more material means. I'm happy with one car, but I may still would like to have yet another. Now, I'm not going against prosperity, but what I'm trying to say is that it's a balance, or it's a harmony. The principle of harmony is very important. When we are looking at yamas and the niyamas, I'm again reminded of Bhagavad Gita, where it is said, Samatvam yoga muchyate, that yoga is to have a balanced approach, is to have the approach But one has to keep in mind that it is not only just once, or it is not only on few occasions that these practices should be there, but these practices should be, as far as possible, be practiced always. So these are the values which are confined to individuals, confined to the society. Now here in the present society, we are forced to practice santosha. Say for example, to remain alive and to remain safe, that we are confined to home, and therefore we can't go to malls, to picnics, parties, shopping, pleasure trips, and therefore as if we are forced to practice shaucha, santosha, etc. Of course, as in the inaugural address, Chairman ICPR said that what is very important is that we should remain safe and that we have to be alive. Yes, of course, we are happy that we all are safe and alive. But once this pandemic is over, it should not happen that we give up this santosha and then, like a crazy society, we start going to malls, we start crowding all such places like where movies are shown, theaters, or where shopping can be done, etc. So what is really important is that the yamas and the niyamas are to be practiced as nitya, and for the society as well as for the betterment of one's own individual practice of this. So let us come to the third niyama, and within 5 minutes I'll wind it up. Tapa, that is, it is minimizing rajas, minimizing tamas, and it is increasing sattva. Now tapa, actually here I'm looking at tapa for a grahastha, and I look at it as sadguna upasana, practice of virtue. 16th chapter of Bhagavad Gita says that what one has to acquire is daivi sampat, that is where sattva predominates, and that is tapa. And what is said is that you start practicing one virtue and all other virtues will automatically follow. And then it is said that for tapa, for svadhyaya, or even that is for the yamas and the niyamas, there is no holiday which is advocated. All these are really should be nitya, they should be always. But what we as human persons do is that we practice it occasionally. Let us come to Swadhyaya. Actually, Swa Adhyaya literally means self-study. But it doesn't mean study in the normal way, that study which a school-going boy or a girl is doing, or a college student is doing in order to appear for an examination. This is the examination which is a lifelong examination. And the goal of the examination is to minimize the impurities and increase the purity. And therefore, this self-study is the study of the ethical teachings. Now again, this study is not just the study where the theory is recited. It's the recitation of the theory which may be of some use, but it is the practice of the theory which is very, very important. It is like the problem is that we are finite. The problem is that there are impurities in us. So that actually is the crisis. And in order to overcome the crisis, what is really required is a combine between the theory and the praxis. And in other words, the yamas and the niyamas, or rather all yogangas, are to be practiced. They are to be learned, they are to be understood, and then they are to be practiced. It's like the moral precept. The moral precept, or it is like an imperative. One has to act accordingly. You know, a simple example is that when the teacher says in the class, keep quiet. And the teacher says, have you understood? And all children say, yes, yes, ma'am. And they still continue making noise. And the teacher says, but your behavior doesn't reflect that you have understood. Now here in the Yoga Sutras also, it is like the praxis where one really has to put it into practice. And that Swadhyaya is that it's a journey from impurities to purities, from Ashuddhi to Shuddhi, and that really leads to transformation. And this is the unique aspect of yoga, that as a human person, the ethical principles may give the formation, the virtues, the values, and then the spiritual practices further can lead to transformation. And this actually is that the last niyama is Ishvara Pranidhana. It is Nidhana, it means that one is depositing oneself to that principle which is Ishvara. And Ishvara in yoga is the Parama Purusha. Ishvara is that which is Parameshtin. It is that which is pure consciousness. It is free from klesha, karma. That is, it is free from troubles due to actions or karma. It is also free from the fruits of action. It is free from the content of action. And it is completely free from all the limiting adjuncts, is the Purusha Vishesha Ishvara. And therefore, practicing, keeping oneself in the custody of. Now this one may can interpret as having some elements of bhakti, but again, let me make it clear that here Ishvara in no way is Saguna Sakara, but Ishvara is Parama Purusha. Now, further, what we can associate is that after Yama Niyamas, we are usually equating yoga with asana and pranayam. We may practice asana and pranayam, but again it is very difficult whether we are practicing asana pranayam as nitya or naimittika. So when we say we are doing yoga, actually by doing yoga, what we are doing is asana pranayam. But one has to keep in mind that before going to asana and pranayam, or rather along with asana and pranayam, one also has to keep in mind the yamas and the niyamas, the ethical practices which make the formation of human personality. And then it is the mind which really takes the firm decision that now I have to continue on the path of asana and pranayam. That is the psychophysical, the mental advancement on the path of yoga. And then further to pratyahara. But I will not go to all these aspects, as I just wanted to say that yama and niyamas are not to be taken lightly, but they also are important. And there may be a reason why Yoga Sutras of Patanjali begin with yama and niyama and not with asana and pranayam, or not with samadhi as yoganga, first yoganga. I know in the first chapter, Patanjali explains samadhi. But then when it comes to explaining yogangas, atha yoganga anushthanat ashuddhikshaye jnana diptira aviveka khyate, the yogangas, it is always the beginning of the yamas and the niyamas. And what I'm trying to suggest, what I'm trying to put it before you is that it has a major Vedic backdrop of Rita and Rina, that we are able to connect it with yamas and the niyamas in a better way. So Shivani ji, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and putting it before both the learned audience as well as those who may be knowing only yoga as asana and pranayam, but not about the yamas and the niyamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. You have actually taken care of people who are not from philosophy, and it is my pleasure to inform you that we have already crossed 1 lakh viewers. People are around 1 lakh, over 1
Great.
lakh people
Great.
have viewed this webinar. And thank you, ma'am, for the moral reminder and the moral obligation that we owe to the cosmic reality in the form of, yes, rules are nitya, they are not naimittic, they have to be followed without a fault. And thank you for exploring the basic concept which we often tend to minimize and do not evaluate in with gravity. So certainly it is a path from ashuddhi to shuddhi, and yes, you are right in saying that it is a helping hand towards illumination and enlightenment. And to be precise, when you say that, when you reiterate that yoga samatvam uchyate, very right. And I have questions for you, ma'am, very quickly. I know that you have to quickly. Yeah, the questions are from Kumari Vandana Madhumati Sheshadri. It is how to differentiate between right and wrong. It is a very fundamental question. I would not say it is a basic question. It is one of the fundamental questions. How do we, differentiate between right and wrong, and how to maintain discipline and inner peace?
Discipline and inner peace.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, a very significant question. How to distinguish between right and wrong. Now, if we confine ourselves to yoga, all that which really increases ashuddhi in us, and ashuddhi means the shadripus, kama, krodha, lobha, mada, moha, matsara, damba, alasya, nidra, pramada, all these are really wrong things. And to minimize, all efforts to minimize this are right things. So, this is something which is right and wrong. Now, in the light of this, if we connect ourselves with yamas and niyamas, say for example, why is it that taking bribe is wrong? Now, I remember once I visited a school, it was long back, some 25 years back. And the 9th standard student, I just asked them that what you want to be in future. Aap kya banna chahte ho? So, the shocking answer came and he said, मैं स्मगलर बनना चाहता हूँ. क्योंकि वो कहने लगा कि हाँ, ब्राइब देके तो आराम से निकल ही सकते हैं ना. He said, I will bribe the entire system and then I will manage. Now, this is what the message which is going. Now, is it right really? What is the type of society which we are creating? One wrong thing, that is, we are going against the moral rule, and that moral rule we are violating. What is the future? The future is definitely something like pandemic. Once we start, and that is why Patanjali, in a very cautious way, says that one really has to take care. And I was looking at it that is why I was looking at it from the perspective of Ruta and Rana. That we are in the system, we are in the order. Now forget about the ancient part. Is it not that presently we are in a system? Is it not our responsibility to share with something with good governance? Are we not going to be responsible citizens when we discriminate between right and wrong, at least following the rule and the constitution? So right and wrong has many dimensions. It has ethical dimensions as individual, it has civil dimensions as part and member of society, but it definitely means that which maintains the order. It may be the natural order, it may be the civil order, it really keeps oneself away from chaos. And I think that being unethical, we are going to create chaos. Look at the bank system presently in India. And why is it that the bank system, gradually the banks are becoming bankrupt? Because the loans are taken, but the loans are not paid. So right and wrong is to be discriminated in the light of, as individual, this is, and as members of society, well, it may be the social order, and as member of the universe, as the member of the nature, one has to really maintain the natural order also. So it is actually wrong to go on killing wild animals for the sake of pleasure. जो राजे रजवाड़े होते थे वो तो अपने लिए हत्या करते थे, अब तो बंद हो गई ना वो हत्या. क्यों? Because the natural balance, the balance of the forest is disturbed. So any behavior which disturbs the order, हम ट्रेन में सफर कर रहे हैं, वही सारा कूड़ा करकट फेंक दे, कोई देखे ना देखे, हमें पकड़ने वाला कोई नहीं है, शासन करने वाला कोई नहीं है, तो क्यों ना करें? सारे तो ऐसे ही कर रहे हैं. तो व्हाट इज राइट एंड व्हाट इज रॉन्ग, ये सवाल हमने पूछा तो हमें लगेगा कि फिर साफ कौन करेगा? Who is going to clean whatever filth which is created? One can ask these questions. But, well, two answers. We have to maintain order, system, which is beneficial for the next generation. We may die, but the next generation will be in trouble.
Yeah. Ma'am, another question by Mitra, Dora Mitra, and the question is Satyam Bruyat, Priyam Bruyat. It is based on the question that what should be the stand? Satya, but those truth that the truth is not Priya.
Yeah. I understood the question.
Yeah.
That is why the title itself I have taken the Nitya and the Naimittika.
Yeah.
You know, if it is if one has to maintain the order, and within maintaining the order there may be priorities, and if there is a prima facie selection, you know, this is the question, that what is my prima facie duty? Satyam Bruyat, Priyam Bruyat. When it comes to choice, then what should be the choice? It is always advisable that stick to the truth. But in case speaking truth is really very, very dangerous, again to system, again to maintain order, law, order, and that is one meaning of dharma, to maintain order, to maintain law. It may be moral law or it may be the rule of law. So then in that case, maybe Naimittika dharma would be Priyam Bruyat, but not the Nitya dharma. But for Nitya dharma, there is always apavada. You know, there is always an exception. And that exception, again, one has to understand contextually. And where one has to really think. So moral responsibility of a thinker is always there, even in deciding what is prima facie obligation of mine. Very interesting question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time and thank you for coming. And I know it's little inconvenient for you to be on, technology, but it was really great to have you with us. Thank you so much.
No, thanks to you, because I'm learning all these things. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So we have now Professor Godabrish Mishra, who's been visiting faculty to IIT Odisha, Bhubaneswar. And Professor Mishra, I hope he's here. I can't see him. Let me see. Yeah. And he comes he has served in University of Madras and earned his PhD degree from University of Madras itself, and on philosophy of Upanishads and analytical exposition. And he has also been a member secretary of ICPR, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, in 2007. And of course, to his credit, more than 4 books and many 40, I'm sure that it is an old biodata that I'm reading. And of course, he has been awarded Charles Wallace Visiting Fellowship at Oxford University In 1995, Professor Mishra has visited British universities such as Cambridge, Newcastle, Manchester, and King's College London, where he had opportunities to interact with students and faculty members. And to just highlight that his area of interests are primarily Vedant, phenomenology, and of course, Indology is one of it, certainly. So we welcome you, sir. Thank you for taking out time to be here with us. And the topic that Professor Mishra is going to speak about is life. I'm sorry, I just skipped too much of papers. I think, Professor Mishra, you can introduce it yourself. It was Life, a Yoga of Nature. I think that was the, yeah. Yeah. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Most esteemed friends, my colleagues from Panjab University, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I would start my presentation with an verse from the Tattva Vaisharadi, the celebrated commentary on the Vyasa Bhashya of Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. Vachaspati Mishra writes, Namami Jagadutpatti Hetave Brushaketave Klesha Karmadi Pakadi Rahitaya Hitaya Cha Natva Patanjali Rusim Natva Patanjali Rusim Veda Vyasena Vasite Sankipta Spashta Paubhartha Bhasye Vyakya Vidiyate. Vachaspati Mishra, in keeping with the tradition of yoga that believes in Ishvara, prays to Lord Shiva before writing this treatise, this Tattva Vaisharadi commentary on Vyasa Bhashya, which is not much worked out so far by the academic community, especially in philosophy. Friends, in the post-colonial period, one thing that has become significantly global, in spite of its being Indian, its having Indian origin, is yoga, which has crossed the borders of the country and is practiced world over. The term yoga means union. It is also a means for the union, a sadhana. In many ways, this union has been spelled out in our tradition. It is a union between soul with the self, Jiva and Parama, the limited with the unlimited, to transit from a state of sorrow to a state of happiness and the like. It carries with it a problem-solving mechanism which has universal appeal, and therefore we must make it reach out to all the people of the world that can touch the heart of others, and that this can touch the heart of others, that will teach the man to be human and find out the possibility of reaching out to all those who can meaningfully get benefit out of this system and by this practice. The system is a part of the twin tradition which are of independent origin, and alongside the Vedas, that is Shruti, they have been existing for more than many millennia, as one of my predecessors have spoken. And in that way, they are not fully Vedic, where text precedes experience. Whereas in Samkhya Yoga, experience is important, and the superstructure of philosophy is built on this experience and common sense. They are the products of liberal thinking. One of the most ancient liberal thinking thoughts of India is Samkhya Yoga, open thinking. There are many concepts which are similar, though yoga as a system involving practice has overtaken Samkhya, and in almost all the schools, including Charvaka, Buddhism, and Jainism, they have liberally adopted yoga system. All of you know, one of my predecessors also spoke about this. When Sakyamuni Buddha went in search of enlightenment, he met a few yogis, Alara Kalama and Uddaka Buddha, and practiced yoga for about 4 years with them, at last to leave them, since he was not for such torturous method of practice to get enlightenment. This way was not his way, because his way was the way of middle path, Madhyama Pratipat. And friends, somebody was talking about Buddha. It is only British who made Buddhism and Jainism separated from Hinduism. It is only they have made this division. Otherwise, till 14th century, we had the tradition, especially in South India, Vijayanagara kingdom, when the kings nurtured Buddhism, like they nurtured Shaivism, Vaishnavism, and the like. It was a part of Hinduism. So from Buddha, I want to take you to the Sankara, who, while criticizing all other schools, including Samkhya, did not come down upon yoga. Rather, he adopted yoga in yogic methodology in and through his philosophizing. One of the speakers earlier was speaking that Sankara is talking about transcendental philosophy. I strongly differ from him, with all my respect to him. People think that Sankara speaks from a platform of transcendence. No philosophy can be drawn from Paramartha. It is not a realm of language which is the basic raw material for philosophy. For Shankara, Vyavahara is the most important, and in this world, the man has the possibility of reaching the highest, which is what yoga school essentially does. Not that should not happen. All that should happen is that in some way, man should get rid of all that he is not. It is not understanding the Brahman that Advaita talks about. It is not understanding what is not Brahman. That is what is the essential teaching of Advaita. I am repeating. It is not understanding what is not Brahman. So a deep reflection on the school of Samkhya Yoga makes Professor Daya Krishna feel that Sankara is fully influenced by. Sankara has borrowed the philosophy of Advaita from Samkhya school. Daya Krishna says. He says that both the schools are not very different from their basic format of non-dualism and dualism, which can be seen as having similar disposition, while they put it a little differently in different nomenclature. One more historical, but Daya Krishna was fully admonished by Malkani and others of his time, and today, I still feel that Sankara, even the tradition of Sankara acknowledges their indebtedness to that of Samkhya school. So one more historical fact about Sankara and Yoga school I want to tell before this audience is, Sankara wrote a full-fledged commentary on the Yoga Sutra Bhashya of Vyasa. It is called Yoga Sutra Bhashya Vivaranam. That is the commentary on the Vyasa Bhashya of the Patanjala Sutras. So Shankara is never a transcendentalist, as wrongly perceived all along. The twin schools Samkhya Yoga are the sources of many sciences in India, especially the Indian medicine Ayurveda of Charaka, who says, I owe this science to Kapila and his followers, and in literature also we find the mention of this in many places. Sattva, Rajas and Tamas have been taken as Vata, Pitta and Kapha in human body, physics. So having they say like the Sankhya has the prescription for a holistic living, and that Sankhya Yoga, and we can have the holistic living if we follow the another person who, like this has been yoga as a school, is not a school, it is a schools. Even Charbak, there are like the body being the most important, so to say, the element, the point at reference for the Charvakas, they would also believe that it is by yoga the body can be kept fit for enjoyment. Another person I would like to bring before you is Kalidasa, the most eminent poet of ancient India. He says about the royal race of Raghu, and he says, Shaishave Vyasta Vidyanam. How are the kings of Raghu race? He says that in childhood they studied all the things to be learned. Yauvane Vishayishinam, and they enjoyed all the things of the world when they were young. Ardhakye Munivrittinam, and their old ways they stayed, they remained like munis. And last line is very important for us to discuss. Yogenante Tanutyajam. This calls for another discussion altogether. Yogenante Tanutyajam. They made their body, they departed from their body by doing yoga, because that is the prana vidya. This is another thing which Brihadaranyaka Upanishad discusses in an elaborate manner. I'm not. This calls for another discussion on prana and yoga, and that is not that which is beneficial for that pranayama, which is one of the angas of yoga, can be beneficial for living as well as means to get out of life. Yogenante tanutyajam, that is what Kalidasa says. Yoga starts with the idea that some part of man's nature can be rearranged and reconstituted in such a manner that its old laws do not hold good anymore. You can evolve as a different person. You can live differently than others. Hatha Yoga does this, and it is a system that can bestow health, longevity, vital powers, the pranic shaktis, and all these things can be obtained. Raja Yoga proceeds on the basic premise that our normal, confused and undisciplined mental function can be radically changed. That is why the sutra, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha, they can be brought to a stage of not only controlled, they can be brought to a state of cessation. Vidyaranya, a 14th century philosopher of Vijayanagara kingdom, writes a treatise called Jivan Mukti Viveka, where he inducts, where he takes all the sutta, all the yogic dictums and tries to make an thought experiment on saying how it is on dealing with the fact as to how is it possible to make your mind you make your mind inactive. That is Chitta Vritti Nirodha. That is called as Mano Nasha. Now I come to the thrust of the topic which I wanted to talk today, life, a yoga of nature. In India, we have two views about nature. The main issue is whether nature is conscious or unconscious. The Samkhya Yoga, including a few other schools, seem to have treated nature as unconscious. Friends, I would like to tell you, the Samkhya Yoga system is not a system which is which has come down to us in one. It has come down to us in one stream, but there are many streams which are dead, which are practiced in different ways. So Samkhya Yoga, including a few other schools, seem to have treated nature as unconscious, and there are others who treat nature as conscious. This is the problematic I would like to bring before you. In the Samkhya, Purusha is pure consciousness, without any self-reflection, without any self-enjoyment, without any self-projection. Prakriti creates just by having the Purusha in its proximity as an onlooker. The works of Prakriti, the actions of Prakriti are reflected in the pure consciousness that is Purusha, who thinks mistakenly because of ignorance to his own acts and experiences. That is how the Purusha, which is asamsari, becomes samsari. This is the idea in Advaita Vedanta also. So in Tantra, another school, very important. You know, Indian philosophy can be divided into three. One is Astika, Nastika, another is Tantrika. This Tantra, like we have an example of this in Kashmirian and the Trika system. In Tantra, we come across a third type. The Prakriti is Shakti. It is synthetic. It is, the Aurobindo talks about the synthetic yoga. So it looks at reality not as existence, but as a dynamic force. Aurobindo feels that the yoga of nature is a conscious power, and it is an eternal union with the divine. The same is the case with Shankara. Shankara, see, when you see very closely, you find like knowingly or unknowingly, intentionally or unintentionally, without intention. The masters, the philosophers, the teachers, the proponents have criticized one another. Like Aurobindo very clearly says that Shankara regards the world as totally material. But I would like to say the world is what it is because of the consciousness. If consciousness is not, world is not. See, when we take the rope snake example, what a snake is rope only. What the world is Brahman only. How we look at it makes the difference between the Brahman and the world. So, Brahman and world ontologically look different, but metaphysically, like they are made up of, like they are only consciousness. Same thing here. Shankara, when he talks about the Prakriti, he says, again, what Abhinavagupta and Ibn Aurobindo says, he says the same thing in a different word. The terminology differs. He says, Avidyatmika hi bija Shakti. This Shakti, the power, comes into play. And Shankara does not deny about this. Shankara says that there is a power in Maya also. But this power, where it has a relationship with Brahman, but Brahman, which is a non-relational, this non-relationality Aurobindo tries to criticize. I differ from him. However, I would like to say Shankara also talks about this Shakti, the dynamism of this power, the nature. He says, Avidyatmika hi bija Shakti. Abhyakta sabda nirdesya mayam hi mahasusukti. Yasyam serate swarupa pratibodha rahitaha sarve jiva. So, almost like Advaita has the edge to go with the duality, non-duality also, and in some way all schools propounding dualism as well as different type of non-dualism like Vishishtadvaita or Trika have a non-dualistic dimension inherently present in it. The nature or the Prakriti is the power. That is what the Trika tradition, the Tantra tradition speaks of, which Aurobindo takes it as a paradigm. Man is a combination of body, mind and life. Please see. So Aurobindo tries to see that how the yoga becomes Purnanga, the Purna yoga, when this life force Shakti is understood. He says, Hatha yoga takes care of the body and the life force, and the life force is its chief instrument. It is the nature, that is Shakti, that has struck a balance in man between the life and body, which is sufficient for ordinary purposes. See, the life can run, the body is active when there is life. And Hatha Yoga makes it purposive. Hatha Yoga handles this, does this, involves itself with this, a purposive body and life relationship. Raja Yoga goes a little beyond Hatha Yoga, and it is the basis for mind stuff. And the two words come into discussion here. One is Swarajya, another is Samrajya. Like Swarajya, you are the king of yourself. Your sense organs do not bother you that much once you practice Raja Yoga. That is Swarajya. And you also have influence. You can influence others. You can influence the nature. So that is Samrajya. So control over yourself and others. So the two words, Raja Yoga is the basis for mind stuff in these two ways that controls the subtle forces of the nature. There is another way of looking at the problematic from the Gita perspective that you know about all these things. I don't have to repeat, but I just want to give a hint about this yoga which is discussed in the yoga, which is discussed in the Gita. That is Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga and Jnana Yoga. What is Karma Yoga? You all know. It is giving up of the fruits of action, dedicating them to the God. That is Ishwararpana Buddhi, working selflessly for the pleasure of the God. Bhakti Yoga is to turn the mind towards the God. And Jnana Yoga proceeds by discrimination of the spiritual self from the non-self. This yoga discussion in the Gita is a reconciliation of these three. But in the Gita, we find tremendous discussion on the essentials of yoga, which has no parallel in any other treatise that is available on the yoga in practice. It talks of Karma Yoga in the second chapter, where it is said that Samatvam Yoga Uchyate. Equanimity is yoga. What is equanimity? It is a big, like the context, it fits very well. And he says, Yogaha karmasu kaushalam. Excellence of karma yoga. The best action can be done when you do it with the sense of equanimity. And in the 9th chapter of Gita, Krishna again says, Ananyaha chintayanto mam. Ye janaha paryupasate. Esam nityabhiyuktanam yoga kshemam vahamyaham. So, the yoga kshema, these two words are very important in the context of in the context of Gita, in the context of life also. I would like those who have gone to the South Indian temples, when you go to the temple and the priest gives you a flower or some prasadam and says kshemam, which means whatever good that has happened to you, let that remain with you. Apraptasya praptihi yogaha. That which you have not got, to get that is yoga. Praptasya rakshanam kshemaha. Shankara gives this. And that which you have got, good thing that you have obtained, let that be there with you. In that sense, yoga means apraptasya prapti, and kshemam means keeping or having that with you. Praptasya rakshanam. So physically, mentally, and showing a holistic life in the world is what Gita tries to portray in its Yoga Shastra. He says Samkhya and Yoga. The word Samkhya means something else there. Samkhya means Jnanam. Here also it is Jnanam, because it is by Jnanam only the Purusha comes out of Prakriti and attains to the state of Kaivalya. Friends, I come to the end of my presentation, wherein I would like to highlight that yoga is a science of discipline. Who needs all these postures is not everybody. Yoga is not for everybody. Like it is a farmer in Odisha or Haryana or in Punjab does not need to stand on his head or hand or anything. Like he is a karma yogi by himself. He sees samatvam everywhere, divinity everywhere. He worships nature as a living being. His river is a goddess. Mountain is divine. He lives with the nature as a part of yoga. With the advent of modernity, we have disturbed this equanimity, samatva. The nature is victimized. It is the first casualty. I do not have to tell you about this today, since we are going through the pandemic period. We have systematically dissociated ourselves from the nature. I am telling the life, the yoga of nature, that we have. So life is not what it is because of such disturbed equanimity. We have inherited this from others. We have learned how not to do things what we are doing today. I would like to give an example of ayoga with nature. There are innumerable examples, innumerable, and every day we are experiencing such incidents, and we are far from being united to nature. One example: in 1970, in Indonesia, there was a malarial pandemic spreading without control. The military government there ordered to spray DDT. You must have heard about DDT, a poisonous, the insecticide. An insecticide in every home without exception. The mosquitoes were eliminated, and the lizards ate poisoned dead mosquitoes, and they were also dead. Cats ate the lizards, and cats died. As a result of not having cats, rat population multiplied, and another pandemic, that is plague, came, and because due to that a catastrophic problem, thousands of people died because of plague. And in order to get this problem, the military government of Indonesia imported cats from other countries. See the way we have treated our nature. What started with the eradication of mosquitoes resulted in the importing of cats from foreign countries. Same is the case with exporting frog legs from Kerala to West. That is why I say the life has a yoga of nature. The understanding, treating the nature is the yoga. That is the union with the nature. That is what the Tantra talks about when it talks about the mother goddess. What has happened? Why this problem? It is because we have become greedy of hoarding, exploiting the nature beyond our capacity, and we will have to pay for this. Where is the solution? To understand that we are a part of this nature, and this sensitizing nature, as has happened in Purna Yoga of Aurobindo. Aurobindo says that yoga does not mean that the man will evolve to the supreme. Otherwise, the supreme will come to the man. This is what he talks about Purna Yoga. I don't have much time, and this is I think Aurobindo has taken this from Abhinavagupta and others, where the yoga is Purna, not for the Purna Yoga is not. Purna Yoga can be achieved, and such a thing can happen when the selfish gratification of sense organs can be done away with. I conclude my talk with a quotation from Saundarya Lahari, where Shankara is a Tantri. He is a Tantric from Kerala. Dr. Sebastian is there. He knows the Nambudris are called as Tantris in Kerala, and so he says the best of the yogas is to stay in the state of Dharmamegha Samadhi. And how the Dharmamegha Samadhi will come? When the sense organs, the mind become dysfunctional. And he says that, Shankara says, I offer all my sense organs to the lotus feet of the goddess. And Mother Goddess, by which the yoga of nature becomes complete, holistic, and a person can lead a meaningful life being in the nature, with the nature, and of the nature. being with and of the nature. He says, Dadane Dinebhya Sriyamanisa Sriyamanisam Dadane Dinebhya Sriyamanisa Asanu Sadrusim Amantam Saundaryam Prakara Makarandam Vikirat Tabasmin Mandaras Tabaka Subhago Yatu Charane Nimajjan Majjivaha Karana Charanehi Sat Charanatam. Shankara says, O Mother Goddess, may my Jiva, the soul, get the state of Kaivalya, attain the quality by attaining the quality of a bee, Brahmara. Brahmara is called as Satpada, 6 feet it has, and man has 6 feet, 5 sense organs, and the mind. And the 6 feet are sacrificed at the feet of the Mother Goddess. Immersed in these feet, the nature, I have given my 6 things, 6 faculties, 5 sense organs and mind at your feet, which is ever ready to help the helpless. He says, Sriya Manisam Asanu Sadrasim. Asanu Sadrasim. As I want success, like what is the ultimately a person wants, Kaivalya. So that is what he says. So I want to offer all this sacrifice, all these things at your feet, O Goddess, O Mother, which is ever ready to help the helpless. Bestow the wealth as much as they want, throwing upon the plenty of honey in the form of flood of beauty, Ananda, and which is auspicious as a flower bouquet of the wind-springing tree, that is Kalpa Vriksha. So such feet I want to sacrifice my 6 senses. Mind is also a sense. So all these things I want to sacrifice and get to the state of Dharmameka Samadhi before I get the state of Kaivalya. He says, my 6 sense organs I offer at your feet, O Goddess, to get the best. And that is the best yoga with the nature. That is Mahamaya Goddess, where it is said the person who worships this nature, the Goddess, actively available for interaction. You know what is available? Consciousness you cannot worship, but you can worship the nature. You can be united with the nature. This nature united is what I am telling, the best life, the holistic life that can be made possible while a person is alive. And this is why it is said a person who worships the nature, the Goddess actively available for interaction, gets the bhoga and have the bhoga and moksha as easily obtainable to him. Sri Sundari Pujana Tatparana Bhogascha Mokshascha Karasta Eva. It comes to you, the bhoga as well as the moksha, where living in the world and being the understanding that you are not a part of the world, you are beyond the world, become one and the same. Kaivalya and bhoga, the life of Kaivalya, becomes possible with this understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much, Shivani, for this opportunity.
No, sir. It's an honor to have you, sir. It was rather our honor to have you. And
I think Sebastian is not sleeping.
No, he's all awake. He'll be ready with his questions. Thank you so much. Let me just wind it up and submit that the wonderful point that I could gather from your presentation, that Sankhya and Yoga is one philosophy which establishes that experience is the foremost, the most authentic than the text. Rather, the earlier tradition was probably focusing on text precedes experience, but Yoga philosophy and Sankhya, they propounded that no, first-hand experience is the prima facie for human knowledge. And then you traveled through Kalidas also, which is again mesmerizing, sir, reminding us that all stages have to be equally enjoyed and cherished. And while doing or while indulging in yoga, one must aspire to leave this world And the only point that I was taken aback that you somewhere commented that all laws do not hold good for another person. I don't know. I heard you right. Old laws do not hold good for any person. I mean, old laws. I do not understand in what context you mentioned.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe you can cater it a little later. And then, of course, another takeaway point is Swaraj and Samraj. Yes, I agree. And Yogakshem, you correlated it with Swaraj and Samraj. And then finally, you merged yourself with Purna Yoga of Sri Aurobindo, which is certainly an edge in your presentation. And thank you so much, sir. And we have few questions for you. You can take up the question later on. And first, the question has been posed by Dr. Pradipta Ranjan Patnaik. And his question is, my question is that whether our realization that this pandemic is the result of our over-exploitation of nature at present will stay for long or will vanish away like Shmashan Vairagya.
Okay. See, that is what I always felt. You know, the way we have treated the nature could not maintain that balance which my previous speaker was telling. The Rita got totally disturbed, and that is what I want to speak when I talk about samatva, that equanimity, which is a evolution of the concept of Ruta, is totally affected by the over exploitation of terrestrial resources. Man, see, it is not like cutting the root of the branch of the root of the tree in which you are sitting. So this cannot, and this has become universal. Everybody did this, and it is the understanding of the nature. That is what I am telling. The yoga of nature, union of the nature was affected. That is why the pandemic. And Smasana Vairagya, I would not say. It is not Smasana Vairagya. It is a panacea to live. You know, it is futuristic. It is not looking at back. It is not by seeing the Smasana you get the Vairagya and then 2 minutes after you forget. No. It is not to treat the nature, be associated, united with the nature in a way that by which try to see many thousand years the nature has sustained us, and with the scientific evolution it is no more the case. So see that now the things we are seeing, how the Ganges have become clear, how the Himalayas visible from Panjab, so all these things are happening. Man is become, see, it is a type of like a khanda pralaya, I would say, evolution by which you gain yourself back to what you are. And there is where I want to say, it is a different from the old, which your question. I'll come back to that later.
Okay. I think Professor Sebastian has a question. Yeah, please, sir.
Yeah. I think I have a question.
I think
All right.
Rabarish, thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. At the same time, I have a very simple question. See, one can look at the nature from two different perspectives. One is the nature as an object, other one is nature as environment. But when we think about the Sankhya system of philosophy, do you think that nature is unconscious? So you have somehow said that no, it is not so. But how do you? I mean, we have been told that no, nature is unconscious and Purusha is so-called Prakriti is unconscious and Purusha is conscious. So now, don't you think that our perception of Prakriti or nature as unconscious make us to do not have the environmental the point of view. So how do you react to that?
Last part I could not hear, Sebastian.
No, I am saying that once you look at the nature as an object, then the question of environment is actually lost there. Therefore, the object means what?
Environment as
the
Object.
Object. Yeah, the object. See, we can look at the object in two ways. One is nature as object, other one is nature as environment. So when we think about the nature or the prakriti as object, then object means what? It has to be used, manipulated. So don't you think that the very unconscious aspect of prakriti? Okay.
I really liked your question, Professor Sebastian. See, just because it is an object, therefore it cannot be misused. There are two things. The object should be used, but there is a limit to usage of an object. By making, see, there is no problem in using, even the environment is an object. You can say that.
Okay.
But that should not become a victim at the hand of the man who is by killing environment, I am killing myself. That yoga is not becoming complete. By killing the object, I am killing myself. So that understanding is not coming. So I am talking about that Purna Yoga from that. See, how will you enjoy? Enjoyment does not come by, the whole model we have got from the West. That I'm the leader and I'm the master of the the nature. That will not work. I can be the leader. When I am the leader, I die for my nature. That should be the model. That is what I am submitting. That is what the yoga I want to develop.
Right.
So nature as an object, absolutely fine. But misuse is the problem that is coming in both the places.
Okay,
right. Thank you, Professor Mishra. I just happened to see Professor Kumar Ratnam, Member Secretary ICP.
May I ask one simple
welcome.
Question?
Yeah. Please go ahead, Alokji. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Mishra. I have a very simple question, which I hear in yoga seminars, and since you have talked about thoroughly, profoundly on yoga, there is a definition of Chitta Vritti Nirodha. So if we take Chitta Vritti Nirodha as something like suppression is taken in psychoanalysis, then it will lead to some sort of cessation, depression, and some sort of psychosis or neurosis. It will not lead to Samatha Yoga or what you call equanimity. So I think you should respond to this house.
Yeah, Alok, Dr. Kandan, it is a very important question you have asked. Very profound question. But at the same time, it is a naive question also. Both. First time, it is a very important question because there is a contradiction involving Chitta Vritti, Nirodha and life. I was talking about life and, Hatha Yoga and Hatha Yogic life, karma and life. I have divided that. When you talk about Chitta Vritti Nirodha, it is a promissory statement given at the beginning of the sutra. And what yoga is Chitta Vritti. Yoga leads to Chitta Vritti Nirodha. And this is being discussed elaborately in the literature. And how can you do what is Chitta Vritti Nirodha? See, that is what I was trying to explain when I was talking about mono nasa. Can mind be killed? Can mind be destroyed? What does it mean to destroy mind? There are two ways you can understand this. I have no time. I don't want to eat up much of time that Shivani has. There are two ways to understand this. Making mind, like you can say neurosis will come, all psychosis will come, the problem become, man will become mad. Another way also it is possible. You get everything in your mind. All the things at a time is there. So it is spoken on from the perspective of a Jivan Mukta who has a mind, but mind does not bother him. That is what is Nirodha. the mind is, the presence of mind is not denied, but at the same time, it is harnessed for, in Advaita Vedanta, welfare of others. In yoga, for the state of Kaivalya. The world, which, see the Purusha, does he have a mind in Samkhya? No. Prakriti has a mind. Mind comes from Prakriti. So Prakriti has to be totally got rid of. That is what is meant by Chitta Vritti Nirodha in Samkhya. It talks about, so it is very profound because the contradiction you have pointed out. But from the perspective of yoga, it is not a very profound question because yoga itself has the technique, mechanism as to how to handle the mind. Handling the mind is what the nirodha of the mind. That's all. Thank you for this question. This is a basic question. Even Purva Paksha has raised inside the yoga school. Inside the yoga school, this question is raised.
Thank you.
What do you mean by nirodha? Does this mean this, that, all the things that you have told is there? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. We have a long list, but I think time would not permit us to address all the questions at one go. So I would say just last question. This comes from Piyali Mitra, and the question is: the essence of Hatha Yoga is to work on nadis and dominate our experience of the world. And does it involve equalizing and balancing solar and lunar currents? I mean, if it interests you, you can answer.
Okay. Solar and lunar?
Currents. Is it about equalizing and balancing solar and lunar currents in us?
Lunar what? Then other word I could not get it.
Is this Hatha Yoga based on equalizing and balancing only the solar and lunar currents?
Yeah, currents. Okay. See, that is what it means. Hatha Yoga. See, there is where, Shivani, you are telling now, what is, you are not what you are earlier. Okay. This is the thing that which Hatha Yoga brings. Hatha Yoga has a very important place in yogic practice, but it is not the full yoga. Hatha Yoga has a great, we see all this. See, there is where I was trying to talk. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, a very large discussion about this comes. That how nadi, so how the Susumna, the Kundalini gets raised. And even in Saundarya Lahari, Shankara talks about it. See, Shankara tries to appropriate all the, I have told one verse, but many verses. Shankara tries to put whole thing in a very concise manner. Whole Yoga Sutras, whole Yoga Shastra in the goddess. And he takes her as the paradigm, as I told you, and tries to say how all these, there are the two ways of looking at the human body. This is one of the Kundalini, the awakening the Kundalini. That is also a part of Hatha Yoga Prakriya. So, the more of it I can speak, but this is not the occasion to deal with that. You can ask her to write to me, or I have my articles on this particular problem. How these are balanced, and there are a lot of things have happened, written also on these things by Indian and foreign authors.
Right. Thank you, Professor Mishra. Thank you for being with us for this time slot. And thank you for your valuable presentations and thoughts. It was wonderful listening to you. And now I invite our next speaker, Professor Rishikant Pandeyji from Department of Philosophy, University of Allahabad. And he's heading the department. And of course, he has books and number of papers published in Uttar Bharat Darshan Parishad and Indian Philosophical Quarterly. And his main area of interests has been epistemology and, of course, Indian philosophy. So we welcome you. It's good to have you on board. And the title that Professor Rishikantji would be speaking on is Yoga as Aim of Life. Thank you so much, sir, for coming.
Namaskar, madam. And thank you for inviting me to present the paper on this occasion. I heard many papers from different scholars, and they presented very nicely their thought and ideas. I have no paper. So I will express whatever I understood yoga. And basically, I will not discuss the theoretical aspect of yoga, but in practice, whatever I feel, I will try to express it. In thermodynamics is the major dimension of physics. And there are three of thermodynamics. One is the transformation of energy. And transformation of energy means there is a transformation of energy from one medium to another medium. This is the first law of thermodynamics. But the question is, why? What is the cause of this transformation? And it was discussed in the second law of thermodynamics. This is known as the disorder of energy, or it is also known as the theory of entropy. Transformation takes place due to disorder. Anything which is in disorder, try to get in order. So, the prime cause of transformation is the energy. It is also known as entropy, theory of entropy. For example, you put up a cup of tea in the room and gradually it becomes cool because there is a transformation of energy between a cup of tea and the room temperature. And when the state of equilibrium is achieved, then this transformation is stopped. But the question is when the transformation of a state of equilibrium will be achieved. And it was discussed in the third law of thermodynamics. The state of equilibrium will be achieved when it gets the absolute 0 degree temperature. And absolute degree temperature means 0 Kelvin or minus 73 degrees Celsius. At the state of equilibrium, all kinds of transformations or turbulence will be vanished, and then we will attain peace, serenity, and tranquility in our life. The aim of yoga is to achieve this height, that is, to achieve a state of equilibrium by which we can attain eternal peace, tranquility, and serenity in our life. But how is it possible? It is possible only through knowledge. In Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna said, Jnanam labdava param shanti achirena adhigachat. That is, you can attain peace only through knowledge. Jnanam labdava param shanti. Param shanti, eternal peace. And through knowledge, you can attain eternal peace. But this kind of knowledge is not aparavidya, but it is paravidya. That is not lower knowledge, but it is higher knowledge. Lower knowledge of vidya is concerned with, and it is based on sense experience, mind, intellect, reason, understanding, and etc. But paravidya is attained only by intuition or supermind. Or in Upanishadic term, it is called as Ritambara Pragya. And it was clearly explained by Sri Aurobindo. According to Aurobindo, there are two hemispheres. There are two hemispheres. One is lower hemisphere. Another is upper hemisphere. It was already said by Plato, there are two types of world, the world of things and the world of ideas. But it was more logically and clearly discussed by Sri Aurobindo that there are two hemispheres, one is lower hemisphere, another is upper hemisphere. In lower hemisphere, there are four components: matter, life, psyche, and mind. There are four components in lower hemisphere: matter, life, psyche, and mind. And then there is a stratum, there is a level, there is a layer which differentiate between lower hemisphere and upper hemisphere. And this layer, stratum, is known as overmind. Overmind is just like umbrella, which differentiate between you and raining water. So, overmind is the veil of ignorance. It is the stratum which clearly distinguishes between lower hemisphere and upper hemisphere. According to Sri Aurobindo, there are four components even in upper hemisphere. One is supermind. And supermind, which is called in Upanishad, Ritambara Pragya. Ritambara. Other is pure bliss. Next one is consciousness force. And the last one is pure existence. So there are, in lower hemisphere, there are four components. Likewise, in upper hemisphere, there are four components: supermind, pure bliss, consciousness force, and pure existence. According to Sri Aurobindo, if you want to achieve the knowledge of, again, the knowledge of upper hemisphere, then you can realize only at the level of supermind. You can't attain it on the basis of mind or psyche. It is not feasible. It is not possible. But if you want to achieve the height of supermind, you will have to break the stratum of supermind. Without break down the layer of supermind, you can't reach at the level of supermind. How can you break this layer? According to Sri Aurobindo, it is possible only through integral yoga. Here there is application of yoga. By the practice of integral yoga, you are able to cross this boundary and try to reach the level of your mind or itambra pragya. And then you are able to locate the real situation of peace, consciousness, and pure existence. Now the question is, what is yoga? As already discussed by many speakers, that yoga is chitta vritti nirodha. That is, yoga is the cessation of the modifications of vritti. But here there are many questions are raised. What is chitta? What is vritti? This question earlier asked by Dr. Alok Tandonji, that what is the meaning of yoga chitta vritti nirodha? I would like to explain it. What is chitta? What is vritti? What is ahankar? What is mind? What is intellect? All the things are clearly discussed by Indian rishis. In computer, there are three major components of computer. The major component of computer is, the first one is hardware. And hardware of computer is that which you can touch or see. That is, whatever you can see or touch is the hardware of computer. There is software inside the hardware. And software is directly concerned with the functioning of, processing of, programming of computer, which you can't see, which you can't experience by your sensory organs. But you can observe its applications on monitor. And there is another part which is known as memory. Whatever we work in computer it is gradually stored in memory. A human personality is just like a computer. We have also three major components. And it was clearly discussed and described by Maharishi Kapil. The first one is gross body, gross body is just like the hardware of computer, which you can see, you can touch. There is another body inside gross body. This gross body is the combination of 5 elements: earth, water, air, and fire, ether. Earth, water, air, fire, and ether. It is combination of 5 elements. There is another body inside the gross body, which is known as subtle body. And subtle body comprises 18 elements. Five sensory organs, 5 tanmatraएं, mind, intellect, and ahankar. And out of 18 elements, 3 elements are very much important. And in yoga philosophy, all the 3 are known as antahkarana. Or, in other words, it is also called as chitta. Chitta and antahkarana. More or less, both are synonymous terms in yoga philosophy. And then there is another body which is known as causal body, or it is also known as foundational body. And foundational body or causal body is that when consciousness is covered by ignorance, then it is called as causal body or foundational body. The aim of yoga, whenever Maharishi Patanjali defines yoga, that yoga chitta vritti nirodha, then here the subtle body is very important in yoga, because all the 3 are known as antahkarana. Or chitta. So, yoga is the cessation of the modification of chitta. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. In my last point of lecture, I would like to discuss in brief this point, and then my lecture will be over. If you want to understand Yoga's Chitta Vritti Nirodha, then we will have to understand Chitta, mind, intellect, and last one is ego, and then consciousness. Whenever we are going and practicing sadhana, bahirang or antarang, there are 5 components of bahirang sadhana: yam, niyam, asan, pranayam, and pratyahar. Whereas there are 3 aspects of internal antanga sadhana: dharana, dhyan, and samadhi. So bahiranga sadhana is concerned with physical fitness, and antaranga sadhana is concerned with the internal purification, atma shodhan, antarik shuddhi. So chitta vritti, chitta is antahkarana. Vritti means modifications. Whenever you observe any object, then chitta, that is antahkaran, assumes the form of that particular object. And this form is known as vritti. Since this vritti arises in chitta, and therefore it is known as chitta vritti. And when chitta vritti, this is the chitta vritti. Vritti is the stuff of mind. And whenever vritti arises in our chitta, and then mind starts working, that what to do and what not to do. This is the functioning of mind. And this another is intellect. Intellect is decisive. It commands mind that what to do. But intellect is not random. It is also determined and governed by ego. Ego may be of ahankar, may be of 3 types: satvik ahankar, rajasik ahankar, and tamsik ahankar. These ahankars determines our intellect, and ultimately everything is based on our consciousness. So whenever Maharishi Patanjali said that yoga chitta vritti nirodha, here, if there will be no modifications in chitta, then their mind will not work. And if mind will not work, intellect will be decisive, because there is no choice before intellect. Ego will be vanished, and then ultimately we will realize the ultimate. And this is the goal of sadhana. So from point of view, this is whatever I understand Maharishi Patanjali yoga is, that this is in brief. Thank you, Professor Shivani ji, for inviting me. But whatever I understand as a true practitioner, I try to explain in very simple way. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rishikanji. Thank you for joining us and giving us your time. And of course, very interesting presentation, starting right from thermodynamics and its principles, especially the disorder of energy and relating it to transformation of energy, and then reaching to a state of equilibrium, and then further connecting it to yoga philosophy, and samatvam yogam uchyate. That is how the basis of yoga we find. And further stretching it to Sri Aurobindo, Sri Aurobindo's thought of Ritamhara Pragya, and elaborating on two hemispheres of, and of course, the most interesting point is to work on the stratum that you mentioned between the upper and the lower hemisphere, and that is what I think needs a training. It is easy to say that through integral yoga one can reach and one can break this stratum that lies between the over mind, upper mind. And certainly I look forward for the questions, and of course I'll be coming up. And it was very interesting to see that how you related the hardware and the software of computers with the physical existence and the internal existence of human body, and of course relating it further to gross and subtle forms of body, and further bahirang sadhan and antarang sadhan, and most important atma shodhan as one of the aims. You have elaborated on chit and vritti, the difference between chit and vritti, and of course the most takeaway point that I find is that chit assumes the form of the object that it comes into contact with, and this is how we start manipulating and articulating the raw consciousness itself. Thank you so much for your presentation, Rishikantji, and we have a question for you, and this is in yoga, mind does not work. This is from Amit Kumar, and the question is, mind does not work. Really? I do not know what kind of a question is it, but if you can stretch it. And there is another question. What is the basis for the difference among mind, ego, and intellect? If you can answer.
Thank you, madam. Very important question asked by the hearer. Of course, in yoga, there is no role of mind. On account of this, Maharshi Patanjali said, yoga chitta vritti nidhar. That is, yoga is the cessation of the modification of vritti. And whenever there is no vritti in chitta, then mind will be restless. It will not work. And at the level of samadhi, either some pragyat samadhi or asampragyat samadhi, there is no role of mind, there is no role of intellect, even there is no role of ahankara. Everything is vanished. And then you established in pure consciousness. Actually, consciousness may be of two types, pure consciousness and self-consciousness. But here, Maharshi Patanjali talked about pure consciousness. Whenever we establish in pure consciousness, in samadhi, and then everything will be vanished. There is no role of mind. So thank you for asking this question. And next question is? It is not audible. It is not audible, my...
Okay. All right. Am I now? Yeah. The next question is, can we say that Chit is the complete set of consciousness which is born out of the soul and ends up on ahankar? Is it so?
Actually, I remember there is a question. What is between intellect, mind, intellect, and ahankar?
Sorry. Yes. Right. That is
philosophy. There is no clear-cut distinction made by any philosopher.
Achha.
But Indian rishis clearly distinguished all these aspects. Chit Even in Shankaracharya, according to Shankaracharya, there are 4 things and all are interconnected to each other. Chitta, Mana, Buddhi and Ahankar. And the functioning of all things are different to each other. चित्त में वृत्तियां होती हैं और जब चित्त आती तो मन संकल्प विकल्प। जैसे पानी में आपने पत्थर को फेंक दिया तो वाइब्रेशन आया, टर्बुलेंस आ गया, और जब टर्बुलेंस आ गया तो ये मन बैठा हुआ है और उसका रॉ मटेरियल मिल गया, वो फंक्शनिंग करना शुरू कर दिया। तो मन का कार्य होता है संकल्प विकल्प करना। चित्त में वृत्तियां होती हैं, मन संकल्प विकल्प करता है। बुद्धि क्या होती है? बुद्धि निश्चायक होती है। बुद्धि जजमेंटल होती है, वो जजमेंट करती है। संकल्प विकल्प में क्या करे ये कौन बताएगा? Who will command us? वो इंटेलेक्ट का रोल होता है, वो कमांडिंग फोर्स है। लेकिन जो इंटेलेक्ट है वो भी इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं है। इंटेलेक्ट भी गवर्न होता है ईगो के द्वारा। अहम मीन्स मैं। तो all the 4 things are different to each other, but all are related to each other. In each other. But Shankaracharya distinguished all the 4 things. Anta, Chitta, Man. So thank you, Shivani ji, for inviting me.
Thank you, Rishikant ji, for coming and giving us your time. Thank you so much for enlightening us. And now I see Dr. Sushim Dubey ji. I just saw him. He's here probably. Yeah. So now I invite our program officer of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Dr. Sushim Dubey, and
Namaskar.
Namaskar. He has to his credit on yoga. He's an authority. He's a practitioner and written a book on yoga recently. We welcome you, Sushim ji. It's good to have you, and hope that the issue pertaining to yoga, if there are any that you see that can relate us to the contemporary crisis, to the contemporary situations, can be addressed. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Professor Shivani Sharma ji, inviting me and this national webinar. And I also do see our very respected Honorable Member Secretary, Professor Kumar Ratnam ji, and paying my all namaskar to him. I begin here with this, with my talk and the very program which has been conceived as in a so magnanimous way, including the galaxy of speakers from foreign to our renowned from our Indian counterparts. I have chosen my topic as insisted or as incidentally spoken by Madam Shivani ji, that to correlate something from this current situation to health aspects, to our traditional resources of yoga. So I would like to focus upon that aspect, and I have taken the concept of therapeutics in Yoga Upanishad. So this is a title which I am going to speak on, concept of therapeutics in Yoga Upanishad. And instead I would like to make an invocation also through the Patanjali. Yogena chittasya padena vacham malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena yo apam karotam pravaram muninam patanjalim pranjalirani to asmi. One more small invocation I will do with the Adinath of Yoga Vidya, because I am going to talk about the health aspects also. So from Hatch Yog Pradipika, Shri Adinathaya Namo Astu Tasmai Yenupadishta Hatha Yoga Vidya Vibrajate Pronataraj Yogam Arodhiva Adirohaniva. With this small two invocation, I like to begin here. And the very concept of health from the World Health Organization, here we in Corona pandemic, we are much more concerned about the health, hygiene, and well-being in the society, and philosophy of well-being is very much here in need among with all our philosophers and our endeavor through the form of this webinar. So a very general definition of health, which is accepted, taken by all organization under WHO in 1948, and since then it is coming as the same as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So the physical aspects, mental aspects, and social aspects have been taken care of, and with this, in our Indian tradition, individualistic achievement, or we can say the culmination of inner peace, calmness, harmony, and balance, as long as we bear with our physical and mundane existence with our life to the transcendental supreme reality, and it's a kind of a realization that we can think of philosophically and we can achieve of with yogic practices which have been proclaimed and explained in our traditional text, and their methodology is also given through the Patanjali to the Hatha Yogic tradition to this yogic Upanishad, which I am going to talk about, and I am focusing my attention on what exactly are the Yoga Upanishad and what is the concept of yoga in Yoga Upanishad, and kinds of yoga which have been discussed in Yoga Upanishad, and what exactly the basic philosophy or aim of philosophy in Yoga Upanishad, and of course the therapeutics in Yoga Upanishad, and a kind of yogic practices which are discussed in Yoga Upanishad, and the outcome or result or culmination of these such practices in Yoga Upanishad and their effects on the body. So on this I would like to focus this small talk or small lecture or discussion. In fact, what should I lecture to? But we can share something, we can come upon, we can find something useful and fruitful while Vade Jayate Tattva Bodha doing that kind of activities. So this is the very humble endeavor in that direction. Again, I would like to come on the Yoga Upanishad. It is a term used for the collection of 20 minor Upanishads, and they are mainly Advaita Upanishad, Yoga Kundalya Upanishad, Yoga Chudamanya Upanishad, Yoga Tattva Upanishad, Darshana Upanishad, Yoga Sikha Upanishad, the Shikha Brahmana Upanishad, etc., etc. They are the 20 in number. And as a term for these 20 Upanishads given by the Adyar Library from Chennai, which publishes this work, and it's a commentary on these Upanishads. Basically, of course, Upanishads are in Sanskrit and their commentary is also in Sanskrit. So by the Mahadeva Shastri ji, and since then a title is given to this collection as the Yoga Upanishad. Very meaning of the word of Upanishad, which all we philosophers knowing, it is revealed to us, that is sitting near to the Guru and gaining the a kind of knowledge of self, or this involves, of course, it is not just like the discussion that we see in the present form of textual Upanishads, but that involves a kind of practices. Profusely they have been discussed, pranayam practices in Upanishads, prana sangrodh, prana vidya, brahma vidya, and as we see and we convince also that without doing all these kinds of asana and pranayam practices, we cannot go directly to the state of a kind of meditation or dhyan, and what about to talk about the samadhi. So also it is very much preconceived, and our attention is for our point of attention ki a profusely practices of yoga and yoganga must have been in the vogue of Upanishadic time, although and because of them only the practice of such a deeper and profound discussions of realizations they are found there in the Upanishadic tradition. So this is a simple taking of the word Upanishads here, and they are relating with the yogic practices. Now again coming back to the word Upanishads, and here the yoga that we do find is the unification of ha and ta, that is the pran and apan, or the right nostril on left nostril, or ida or pingala. So their unification has been defined as the yoga there, and Yoga Shikhopanishad 68 verse defines as yo apan pranayo rekyam rajaso retasas tatha surya chandra masor yogo jivatma paramatmano evam hi dvandvavajalasya sanyogo yoga uchyate. Very clearly defined here, pran and apan, their unification, or raj or retas, its unification, or surya or chandra nadi, their unification, or jivatma and paramatma, their unification. So this way, in these way, the yoga has been defined in Yoga Sikhopanishad. And in Yoga Tattvopanishad, again the same thing has been described as prana apan samayogo geyam yoga chatushtayam. Means that our prana and apan, their saman yoga, or their samayojan, or their yoga, that needs to be geya, means to be realized, to be practiced, and in this way fourth or four yoga chatushtaya, or four kinds of yoga have been described or discussed, and these are mantra, laya, hatha and raja. These yoga have been defined in Yoga Sikhopanishad as well as in Yoga Tattvopanishad also. Now what is the basic aim and philosophy of Yoga Upanishad? This basic aim of philosophy of Yoga Upanishad, like the Chittavritti Nirodha, it has been proclaimed in the Maharshi Patanjali Yoga Sutra for the very basic purpose or pratigya of the Yoga Sutra. Here we have that the supreme reality, realization of this, and way to realize it, and root cause of all evil is avidya, or suffering, or limited manifestation of self because of the ignorance. So this is the philosophy in the Upanishad, and it insists upon the knowledge and yoga both. Again I repeat, it insists upon the knowledge, means jnana and yoga, that I was telling that in the time of Upanishads, it is that in textual form, it is not like that. There were the prevalent practices, the vibrant practices of yogic practices there, and this is their highest attainment or eradication of root cause of suffering, which have been discussed thoroughly in these Yoga Upanishads. And in these connections, Yoga Upanishads insist upon the efficacy of jnana and yoga equal. This is what is the difference also in certain other texts also, in the path of Yoga Siddhi and Yoga Tattvopanishad, that the verse is also here to be invoked, or I just like to refer also. It says, yoga hinam katham jnanam mokshadam bhavati dhruvam yogapi jnanhinastu nakshamo moksha karmani. Means without those who are yogahin, means they are not positioned on the yoga, katham jnanam katham moksham, how it can be possible? This is what the Yoga Tattvopanishad says. Now our concept of health, swasth and disease or disorders or therapeutic portions, interesting one, which is dealt there in the Yoga Upanishad, a very concept of swasth and rognashanam. These two words occurs there, and swasth, as we generally understand, to स्वयं में अवस्थित होना, स्वास्थ्य है, और स्वयं से तात्पर्य the very nature of us in general terms, the physical at a time existence with our all genetic or our all habits or our all sukhatmak existence. That is also a general health of swasth. And in Ayurveda, 3, its upistambha, means pillar of health, have been told, like ahara, nidra, brahmacharyam, trayo upistambha swasth iti. ये आयुर्वेद में they have been spoken about. Anyway, I am coming back to the Yoga Upanishad. Here the physical health needed for the better living and also for necessary for yoga sadhana, this is what is insisted, and mental health for calmness, stability, and the peaceful existence. So therefore, and thereby physical to mental to adhyatmic or spiritual, that we say, but adhyatmic is rather better term. And Yoga Upanishad basically or initially aims for the Yoga Siddhi, means attainment of yoga, and for maintenance of health and elimination of, or you say, for management of disorders, or avoiding their proclaim or prolong effect on body by this disorder, which we call as disease, needs to be kept away with the practice of yoga sadhana. Broadly, in fact, Yoga Upanishad describe the disease as per the ancient Indian medicine system, and as per the classification in the Ayurveda, Vata, Pitta and Kapha diseases have been discussed. And apart from some particular names, what names exactly occurs in these Yoga Upanishad, I am just bringing out their names, like Gulm, Pliha, liver disease, abdominal disease, Udar Rog, Jwar, Vat Sandhi, Chaya, Kushtha, Netra Roga, Shiro Roga, Karna Roga, Bhagandaram, Moola Roga, etc. These are the Sanskrit terms which comes in the Yoga Upanishad, and a variety of practices, particularly which occurs in these Yoga Upanishad, which can be beneficial to address bodily disorders and management of health towards yoga siddhi. So yoga has been here described, again contrast with the Ashtanga yoga, 6 limbs or 7 limbs or 8 limbs even are discussed in Yoga Upanishads. Primarily, it practices referred in Yoga Upanishad like this: asana, prana sangrodha, the term for pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyan, and samadhi. Famous works that we come across in common parlance also, like Rujata. Rujata means a kind of stage prior to disease where the person feels he is disoriented, he is alienated from his common or general well-beingness. So this stage is referred in our traditional text as Rujata, a stage prior to disorder, then its long impact or its continuous harming to our well-beingness becomes a derail our health in terms of disorders, and this long disorders result into the disease. And asan have been told as by doing this is sthir sukhamasanam in the definition of Patanjali, but in Yoga Chudamanya Upanishad it comes like asanena rujum hanti pranayamena patakam vikaram manasam yogi pratyaharena munchati dharanabhimano dhairyam yati pratyaharena munchati. So by the practice of asana, this rujata, the very beginning or originating point of disorder, hanti means iska hanan hota hai, means such stage is manageable because asana, through the practice of asanas, physical culture or meditative or various kinds of asanas, they are energizing our channels, energy channels or peripheral nervous system around the body, blood circulations, and a rejuvenation effect. Asana has also been described in other tradition where they are providing positive health. So anyway, a yogi with the practice of this asana eliminates disorders, pranayam by our minds, ill effects and discomfort, mental disorders, by the pratyahara and by the dharana, yoga, practice of mental stability and peace are attained, what this Yog Chudamani Upanishad 109 and 10 verses describing about. Now coming about the various number of asana which are there in these Yoga Upanishads, their number are different in different Yoga Upanishad. Like Yoga Chudamani Upanishad talks about only 2 asana. They are the Siddhasana and Kamalasana. And Sukhasana is could be as old as that our civilization, that we have started to sitting by squatting this position. And Yoga Tattvopanishad mentions 4 asanas. They are the Simhasan, Bhadrasan, Padmasan and Kamalasana. In Darshanopanishad, we have 9 asanas. And this is Swastikasan, Gomukhasan, Padmasan, Veerasan, Singhasan, Bhadrasan, Muktasan, Mayurasan and Sukhasan. And incidentally, I also like to tell that in comparison to Patanjali Yoga Sutra, there are no varieties of asana discussed, only the Sthir Sukham Asanam, and it is generalized that the state where we feel comfortable, we feel stabilized with other higher yogic practices, with well-being of bodily, our experience, immediate experience, and attainment of that state is asana. And 11 asanas, while on giving commentary on this sutra, Vyasa, in his commentary, Vyasa Bhasya, has given 11 asana. Their name 11 asanas are coming, including the Mayura asana also, which is very much with igniting the our gastric juices. Anyway, Bhadra, I was talking about this 9 asana in Darshanopanishad, and here Swastik, Gomukh, Padma, Veer, Singha, Bhadra, Mukta, Mayur and Sukhasan have been described, and Bhadrasan specifically told as destroyer of disorders and the conditions like Rujata that I have already discussed, and Padmasana has been told as Padmasanam Bhavet Pragyam Sarva Roga Bhayapaham. This is the 3rd chapter of 5th verse of Darshana Upanishad, is telling Padmasana. And if again I am to tell this Padmasana in Indian tradition is so auspicious for it is the meditation posture, and perhaps the one asana, if we go to see Indian culture, Indian sculptures, Indian temple traditions, or not only in India and abroad also, the maximum position of dhyana, or they have been carved in the this ancient sculpture, the Padmasana, that we will find the most. Anyway, this is the general, of course, not I am giving very much any deeper insight in the yoga, but Padmasana eliminates all the disease and fears, which is important because this Darshana Upanishad is ancient, it is coding about it, and discussion of bandha means locking, energy challenge locking. After the practice of asana, when it is energizing our energy channel, they have to be locked with the practice of bandha, and they are the Uddiyan bandh, Jalandhar bandh and Mool bandh. They have been discussed, and mudra also have been there are the references in Yoga Tattva Upanishad where the Viparit Karani Mudra has been told as Sarva Vyadhi Vinasani Nityam Abhyasa Yuktasya Jataragni Vivardhani. So again, some terms which are useful for the purpose of reference in our discussion, that Sarva Rog Nirasak, Rog Nivartak, and Vyadhi Nash in discussed, and Tri Shikha Brahmana Upanishad says about this practice of pranayama that by doing this practice at the time of where the day and night, there the joining period of Sandhya Kal, that we say that Sarva Roga Vinirmukto Jiveda Yogi Gat Klamaha. So this Vyadhi, I little like to elaborate that Adhi and Vyadhi, these two terms which have been coming in our traditional text in Yoga Vasishtha also, and this Adhi is the mental disorder, and this is causing impact in our physical well-beingness, and there it specifically Vishisht Bhutva, it becomes the Vyadhi. So these are the terms, and they have been much vogue in our day-to-day life in general language also. And by the means of doing these yogic practices, a yogi retaining the prana at the time of the dusk, that we say Sandhya Gayatri also, and Sandhya Vandan also, that were in our tradition at the time of dusk and dawn, becomes free from all diseases or disorders. It becomes, he is energizing himself and getting connected with the natural forces, the vibrations, they are abound at that time, and magnetic force also, these certain terms have come while describing the time of pranayama, and the concentration or flow of the prana on the specific centers of the body is also said to be the destroyer of disease, and particularly that organ or that our body part which is concerned. So lastly, I just focus upon this particular discussion of Yoga Upanishad and therapeutics in Yoga Upanishad in our this webinar of yoga philosophy, and what exactly the result of these yogic practices and their effects on the body, which what term exactly coming in their Yoga Upanishad. This is the Laghuta, Swalpa Nidra, Tejasvita, Balvattata, Rog Rahita, Shatayu. These terms are occurring in Yoga Upanishad, and by this I here take up that Yoga Upanishads, my small and humble description with regarding to the health aspects which have been discussed. Now coming back to the our this our corona pandemic atmosphere, where we are connected virtually along with all of us with our this virtual yoga. I am adding the another word with 356 meanings or usages of the word yoga, this virtual yoga, that we are connected and trying to find out with our useful virtual yoga, that is the connection, this virtual reality with health, and of course inspiration of our motivations, our inspirations from traditional text, traditional practices for our immunity, for our well-being, and they are not the matter of just discussion, but regular practices to discover their positive effect, impact, and outcome, not only within but also to be advocated and propagated to other people also, and to be realizable to them, making them to realizable, and this general discussion may be the one juncture in that process. And with this humbleness, I wish to conclude or pay my homage to all people around the country or maybe abroad also who are connected with this live stream, and huge registration number. I think the largest registration for this our webinar, more than 3,000 registration, a huge number, and any exceeding number for curiosity, for interest in ICPR, this ongoing yoga webinar series approved by Honorable our Chairman Professor R.C. Sinha ji, and of course our most respectable member secretary and our council members and all of people, heads and academicians who are connected with this our endeavor for health, happiness, well-being and philosophy of well-being with this virtual yoga. So I conclude, and I thank immensely to Professor Shivani Sharma Madam for bringing out, and also bringing out near to Shri Piyush Parimoo, who is also very, very instrumental and behind the curtain to associate all of us and continually his endeavor. So I again thank you all and giving me opportunity to speak and get united together with this virtual yoga. My namaskar and Jai Hind to all.
Thank you, Sushim ji, so much for being with us and giving us some enlightening thoughts with regard to Yoga Upanishad. And honestly, many of us were not aware of this. The collaboration between the Upanishads is the collection of 20 Upanishads, as you said, is known as Yoga Upanishad. So it is wonderful to know, and your exploration into the term of Hatha Yoga, Ha and Tha, and further relating it to Pran and Apan, Jeev and Paramatma. I think that our participants have been benefited, and of course they have few questions for you. Let me just very quickly put one question, because we would like to have Professor Kumar Ratnam right after you, because he is in little hurry for another program, and I know that it is not easy for administrators to, in a day they have to attend 3 to 4 workshops. I completely understand. So one quick question for you is that, let me just see. Okay. Can autoimmune disease be cured by yogasana? Can we have this question, Sushimji? Can autoimmune diseases can be cured by yogasana?
What exactly those autoimmune diseases?
This is the only Shuchismita. The question has been posed by Shuchismita. Okay, we'll take another one. This question is incomplete. And of course, there's another question. How to improve lifestyle globally? And how to improve consciousness and health well-being? This is a related question. How to improve lifestyle globally? That is
the word is yoga, and yoga. And this yoga coming back to us as yoga from global around the world again back to us.
Yeah.
From the Swami Vivekananda ji, through his commentary on Yoga Sutra, which he said as the Raj Yoga, first the yoga entered into the Western world. And by 70s and 80s, it got so popular and keep on growing and growing, and gradually it got established through the UNESCO as the International Yoga Day. So, of course, yoga is related with the change in lifestyle, our own corrections of our habits, which are derailing due to our this hectic lifestyle in techno society. This yoga is very potential. It is economical. It is a practicable to all physically challenged, or even from the small children to the age old one who can not perform other way of exercise. They cannot make their orthopedic situations. They can at least sit and do the meditation for bringing the positive changes in their lifestyle, or their corrections of those mental dispositions which may cause the Adi and Vyadi that we have already discussed. So in general, I would again say yoga, and yoga.
Thank you for this clear and crisp and precise message, to all of us. And thank you for coming, Sushimji. It was wonderful to have you here with us. And now I invite, with all in humility, I invite Professor Kumar Ratnam. He is currently, we all know, but for the introduction, I must introduce, because we have number of participants who are not from philosophy only. They are from different walks of life. And Professor Kumar Ratnam is currently member secretary of ICPR and has also additional charge of ICHR also. So we welcome you, sir. For we are really we hold ourselves in gratitude because you have been so busy throughout these days. I know I have been brought to the notice that you are attending three functions in a day. So I understand it's not easy for you, but we'd like to have a word from you. Welcome.
Thank you, Ma'am Shivani. It was a wonderful experience, at least for me, being a student of art history. Last 2 days, I was attached with this webinar. Am I audible? Ma'am, I am audible?
Yeah. Now you're audible.
आप सुन पा रहे हैं मेरे को?
हाँ जी सर, अब सुन रहे हैं.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So I was saying that being a student of art history, it was a very wonderful experience for me, at least on yoga philosophy. I have from the very beginning, there is in Gyan Parampara of Bharata, yoga is a very important content of that Gyan Parampara. And then from the ancient time to present date, it has become very relevant in our life. After the wonderful lecture of the esteemed scholars of the philosophy and the last lecture of Dr. Sushim, that was based on the very several examples of the texts, etc. So I don't feel to say anything more, but I have to say something in the light of a painter which is a yogic. In the Samanga Sutra says that concentrate on your mind to picturize any form. That is a yogic kriya. And in that way, he started to sketch one, and after that, the filling the colors in the painting. That is also the reflection of the mind that is very important in the yogic philosophy. And in this reflects on his painting, the subject matter as far as concerned is who's elected to choose for the painting is also reflect his philosophy of mind. And it says what sign is in Kam Sutra. That reflects the mindset of the prehistoric pupil to emphasize it through their colored pencils on the asanas there in the prehistoric painting. And after that, there is the Sushimna's was saying about the Padmasana. That is also there in the Ajanta painting Padampani. That is very important picture in the cave of Ajanta. That is also speaks about the philosophy of the asanas and the significance of the asanas. In the present scenario, when we are living in a very negative mindset, rather in the Nirasha. So it is very relevant to understand the yoga and can rather I can say that the stress management, the yoga also plays a very important role in the stress management. It's control the minds and it's develop the happiness in the mind. There are several types of yoga in the Bharatiya Bhagme, as a Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raj Yoga, etc. In that way, the philosophy of yoga is a very, very, very strong part of learning or the knowledge. In the last 2 days, I have seen and listened to so many lectures on the philosophical aspect of the yoga. In all these, they emphasize upon the consciousness which controls the yoga or the yoga. There are several instances and examples are there to cure a person by this yogic kriyas. In the ancient time, it was a very important part of life of the learning. When a student goes to the Gurukul, their life starts with the yogas and asanas. So as far as the case of the philosophy of yoga is concerned, it is a part of our lifestyle of Hindu mythology also. Seriously about the yoga and Veda in the present day. So in the pandemic of COVID-19, it has also become very relevant. When we are in Gravas or Ekantavas, lockdown period, as Vivekananda says, the best yogic practice is that the person is active and go to the samadhi, क्रियाशीलता में ही जो योगिक प्राणायाम के माध्यम से विभिन्न और आसनों के माध्यम से जो योगिक क्रिया करते हैं उससे एक साल्वेशन और एक जो रसानुभूति होती है, that is very important. So that is why the whole country, whether the developed country or the developing country, both are in the same boat. So the whole country is very eagerly saying towards the India at that time, particularly because of the lifestyle, in Hindu lifestyle. So the yoga has become very relevant in the present scenario. And I hope that this seminar or the webinar will be a very fruitful for the nation as well as the society. In the last, I would like to submit that one should be a yogic in their life, can win over all the problems, and hope that this webinar will be very fruitful. Again, and I congratulate to the Professor Shivani Sharma ji and his whole team, or Mr. Parimoo, who is the technical support is there, and the university administration, as well as the ICHR, who is the academic support to this seminar. On behalf of the chairman of the ICHR, ICPR, and the honorable members and the own officers, I submit my congratulations for the great success. I wish all the success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. And we will take away your message that one must aspire to be a yogi in one's life. And we also understand that you, being a student of history and art, have very thoroughly understood the significance of the asanas while we explore the world of Ajanta Ellora. That was an additional point that was not taken up in previous discourses. Thank you so much for adding up. And it was an honor to you, sir. Thank you once again for being with us today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I call upon our very own teacher, Professor B.T. Sebastian, who has been an emeritus professor also, a UGC emeritus professor with Department of Philosophy, to sum up all the presentations and also give his viewpoint with regard to the topic that he has selected, that yoga as a system of philosophy in the work field of phenomenological research. I'm sure that he has to add on few other things in the field of phenomenology. Sir, you are most welcome. Question.
Professor Shivani, respected Professor Asst Sinha, Chairperson ICPR, Professor Kumar Ratnam, Member Secretary ICPR, Dr. Sushim Dubeji, Program Officer of ICPR, Professor Christopher Macan from France, Professor Subhita Joshi from Mumbai University, Professor Vatapari Shamishra from IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Shrikant Pandey from Allahabad University, Professor Shivani from Department of Philosophy, Panjab University, and an invisible person, Mr. Piyush Parimoo, who is behind the curtain and has been doing technical support for the last many days, I believe, for the seminars. And well, I am deeply honored and extremely delightful to be a part of this international webinar because of two reasons. The first reason is that the webinar is being conducted by our department, my parent department, and the convener of this webinar is my own student, Professor Shivani Sharma. And I am thankful to Professor Shivani for having invited me and to be a part of this international webinar. And I am sure one thing, this webinar will provide us to have a relook at the search for our roots and thereby redrafting and reawakening on the nature of India's culture, ethos, tradition, and civilization. Having said this, let me come back to my topic itself. I think philosophy should be non-philosophical in order to become philosophical. And I think if that statement is correct, I believe that yoga system of philosophy somehow fits into that. Western scholars and philosophers have maintained that Eastern philosophy in general and Indian philosophy in particular is mythical, mystical, and metaphysical in character, which I think is a questionable one. As far as I am concerned, I would say that Indian philosophy is an attempt to describe, analyze, and explain the human predicament and especially the temporality and the historicity of the human subject. That is why Indian philosophers in general and Upanishads in particular have initiated an examination of the human mind and consciousness and its formative role in our experience of self and the world. During the last century, at least for the second half of the last century, there have been attempts to theoretically appraise phenomenology and Indian philosophy along three lines of comparison. They are with respect to Buddhist philosophy, with respect to Sankhya Yoga philosophy and Vedanta, and with respect to the epistemology and metaphysics of Nyaya Vaisheshika. These three lines of exploration is the fact that they are directed towards an exposition of the most profound structures proper to transcendental self. That phenomenology is used for a reliable instrument for penetrating into a fundamental type of philosophical culture. On the outset, let me try to summarize maybe the Yoga system of philosophy itself. Of course, Patanjali's Yoga Sutra is consisting of 194 short aphorisms, and there are 4 books, or we can say there are 4 chapters in it. The book 1 or the chapter 1 is what to say is known as the Samadhi Pada, which is concerned about the theoretical dimension of yoga. And the next one, the book 2, which is known as the Sadhana Pada, which is concerned about the practical dimension, or we can say it is concerned about the technique and the practice of it. And the third one is the Vibhuti Pada, okay, that is concerned about the Siddhi, or the supernatural powers a practitioner will be able to develop. And the last book, the Kaivalya Pada, it talks about the so-called liberation, or emancipation, which is the goal of yoga practice. Well, I think yoga is not a philosophical system. It's not a philosophical discipline in the strict sense of the term philosophy. Rather, I don't know, to my mind, I would say that no, it lays down certain method of psychological and moral preparation for the individuals attaining of the experience of isolation delineated by the Sankhya system of philosophy. Patanjali evolved a discipline for those desiring to attain the highest state of liberation, according to which such a person has to observe rigorous self-control by restraining his sense and motor organs, and also by observing certain mental discipline. That discipline consists of yama and niyama, and enables a person to withdraw gradually from the external world and ultimately experience the final state of samadhi, in which the self forgets its narrow egoistic existence and experiences the infinite, the unbounded self, detached completely from Prakriti. Now let me try to understand the phenomenology. Phenomenology is a study, phenomenological study begins with an examination of consciousness. Among all human capacities, the most important potentiality of the human subject is the capacity to assign meaning. If phenomenology is anything at all, I would say it is nothing but a search for meanings. It is a search for search for meaning of the question, what does it mean to me? According to Husserl, all our usual cognitive enterprises involve a large number of presuppositions, such as material, cognitive, conative, volitive, cultural, religious, and whatnot. In the final analysis, all these presuppositions tell us that there is an external world which exists independent of our consciousness. This is the, this claim that there is an external world which exists outside of our consciousness, okay, that claim is completely rejected by Husserl. And Husserl says that, he asserts that everything is dependent on consciousness, not only for its meaning, but also for its being as well. Therefore, Husserl asserts that what is pertinent in me is the meaning of the object, or the sense of the object, or we can say the essence of the object. Paying attention to not to the existence of the object, but to their essence mean what? I am paying attention to I can bracket the existence of the object. It means that I hold back or suspend my awareness or the awareness of the existence of the object as the object. What the object means to me is shown by my consciousness of it. I would like to say, what the object means to me is shown by my consciousness of it. Therefore, what is the first step to be taken? If I am concerned only with the meaning of the object, then I need to suspend the existence of the object as object. This suspension, of course, usually we say it is the existential, reduction. On the other hand, since it's a reduction aimed at arriving at the essence, Husserl also calls it as the analytic reduction. Yes. After having suspended the existential status of the object, I go on to suspend my psychological relation to the origin of the object. I ask what to say, the question I ask myself, how is the object coming to be? There can be various answers, various kinds of answers we can talk about that. I can say that someone has created it or God has created it, the object. Or I can say that it has come because of the Big Bang theory. Or I can say that it is because of evolution. So it means that I can look at the origin of the object from different hypotheses, okay, of creation or cause-effect relation, evolution, and whatnot. It means that we are not sure of the origin of the object and formulate various kinds of hypotheses. We make various kinds of hypotheses. Okay. So on account of this, Husserl demands that we have to suspend we have to bracket out our belief in the mode of the origin of the object. This suspension of our belief regarding the origin of the existence of the object is called the psychological reduction. In short, in terms of eidetic reduction, I free myself from the consideration of the existential status of the object, and because of the psychological reduction, I can suspend my belief about the mode of the origin of the object. Then what happened then? Ultimately, then of course, we get to the so-called the pure datum. The pure datum, or we can say the noema, that is the so-called datum, and assigning meaning to the pure datum or the noema is known as the transcendental reduction. Now, let me come back to the connect of phenomenology with the yoga. Actually, what is the definition of yoga? Yoga has been defined by Patanjali as chitta vritti nirodhanaha. What is nirodhanaha? Nirodhanaha means what? It is a suspension, bracketing. So, bracketing of what? Nirodha of what? The vrittis of the chitta, in the sense that if I am able to bracket out, suspend, okay, the influctuations of my chitta, then that is supposed to be the so-called. Then we can arrive at the samadhi. We can arrive at the actual datum. And now the phenomenological connection, I would like to explain maybe another way also. We have in the first place the Purusha. See, especially when you think about the Sankhya system of philosophy, the Purusha, that is the transcendental subject dissociating itself from the world that is simply out there. And this is I would say the first stage of phenomenological reduction. Secondly, Prakriti, considered as noematic correlate of the Purusha, dissociating itself from the existentially inflicted transformations of the empirical subject. This is what I call as the second stage of phenomenological reduction. Under these circumstances, it seems quite natural to define the methodology of the entire Indian transcendental philosophy as phenomenological realization, in the sense that the self-realization of subjectivity is grasped as a process of purification of objects, which gradually turn into purer and purer intentions or constructions. Realizing here means reality to the constructions of transcendental subjectivity, which assumes the features of metaphysical absolute, so to say, Brahman. Perhaps one defect of phenomenological interpretation of yoga, I believe, consists in the attempts to make subjectivity metaphysically real, wherefrom follows the unreality of the world. Following Max Scheler, I would like to make clear that the first step in the phenomenological direction is the withdrawal of the body together with the biopsychological being and becoming by means of a special act of objectifying. In order to achieve this, I would like to propound two special techniques which are based on two particular Indian methodological procedures. The first one I would like to call it as the Nedi technique of Yajnavalkya, which of course you can see from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad chapter 2. And the second one is the iti technique, or we can say the Tattvamasi technique in the Chandogya Upanishads. I don't want to go back to the story of it anyway. And Yajnavalkya's, I mean, of course I can be corrected anyway. Maybe the only one simple serious question in Indian philosophy, maybe I would say it is this one. It is the question which was asked by Gargi to Yajnavalkya. What is that by knowing which everything is known? And then Yajnavalkya somehow gives the answer. Not this, I mean, is it this? Not this, not this. I mean, what I wanted to say is that no, not this actually, or the Neti negates absolutely everything except Brahman. Okay, the central teaching therefore is that the ultimate reality is subject-objectless consciousness. Okay, there is neither sense of the I nor anything other than I in Brahman. Through the thoroughgoing reduction of the empirical determinations of Brahman, one comes to the explication of Brahman as eternal purity that is independent of matter, spirit, and freedom. It cannot be reduced to the category of object and thus forms the internal self of everything that exists. As far as the Tattvamasi technique or the iti technique of Uddalaka irony is concerned, I mean, that is also, I would say, it is also concerned about the how to put it? I mean, it is about the searching for the primordial being. Okay, primordial being, the first ground of being. Phenomenologically, if I put it now, the Tattvamasi technique or the iti technique is the principle of identification with the primordial being. Therefore, the ultimate goal of the first step in the phenomenological reduction is the achievement of the proper self gathered and concentrated in the spiritual person. Coming back to the phenomenological philosophy and yoga again, I would like to view its similarities not in an attempt to create a project of transcendental philosophy, but in the intellectual efforts to outline the concrete procedures for grasping the essential truths, for attaining the state of essential revelation. Being in this state of perfect mind concentration, the yogin gets the central or the most subtle and most expansive. Vajaspati Misra says that on this account that there is the aim of Patanjali is to show as to how the transcendental self is to be realized as a point of steady concentration. So what is specifically noted here, I would say, is that in these most subtle philosophical meditative matters, the great thinkers of yoga did not ignore the physical aspect of the problem. If you undertake a close inspection of the sutra, we shall see that the terms used here having a strong physical and cosmological relevance. According to the Sutrakara, the control is of the limits of atom, or we can say Paramanu, and universe, Parama Mahatva. In order to achieve the desired state of perfect concentration or meditation on the grounds of being, samadhi, which is comparable to the phenomenological erfahrung, with respect to the essential truths grasped in this attitude, one should perform a special kind of double-phase reduction. The first stage of reduction provides the separation of the single self from the various modifications of material substances comprehended as different collections of atoms or anuprajaya, that is, from the things posited in the naturalistic attitude. This kind of reduction makes possible the transition from the sphere of transcendental objects to the immanent region of consciousness. Therefore, then a second reduction is started, in the process of which the ongoing self gives up its form of conscious cognition and shows out the nature of the object as it is, without distortions and superimposition. the reduced consciousness gets transformed into the sphere of the object itself. All forms of verbal convention, perceptual images, and inferential results, which make up the immanent content of empirical consciousness, should be reduced to the form of ultimate objects, predicating of transcendental subjectivity. Yes. Within this framework of phenomenology, I would say that this is characterized as the transcendental phenomenological reduction, guaranteeing the transition from the immanent as psychological phenomenon to the transcendental as the noematic datum. Through reduction of empirical self composed of various psychological states that are cognitive, emotional, volitional, one comes to the transcendental self comprehended as the phenomenologically pure field of personal subjectivity. That is the field of transcendental Atman. What I am interested here is to point out here is what? Is the mind is witnessing consciousness, emphasizes that beyond our experience or content of consciousness, there lies a pure transcendental consciousness or ego that is liberated from all historic, temporal, biographic structures and determinations, which I may call the consciousness of the enlightened being. Maybe Patanjali tries to approach the matter from this perspective. I mean, beyond the beyond the experience or beyond the content of our consciousness, there lies a pure consciousness. Okay, and just as in the Svedasvatra Upanishad, okay, two birds clasped across the same tree. Of these two, one is a sweet fruit, the other looks on without eating. Maybe I'm sure that this webinar has paved way for appropriating, understanding, analyzing, describing maybe the Indian cultural ethos, its civilization, and its tradition. And I'm very thankful for everyone, and especially to Professor Shivani for that. Well, having said that, I have been given a responsibility again by Professor Shivani, maybe to, I don't want to recapitulate what other learned professors have been talking about. But anyway, I have one or two observations with regard to Professor McCann, what to say. Professor McCann has been talking about the Western mysticism with the Indian yoga. By taking a request to especially Saint Teresa of Avila, okay, I believe. And apart from Saint Teresa of Avila, we have the Dominican monk, Meister Eckhart. Then we have St. John of the Cross, okay. And he talks about maybe 5 things, I believe. Maybe awakening, purification, illumination, dark night of the soul, and the ultimate reality. So I have a different, when we think about the mysticism, I don't know, I have a different, not a different one, maybe a parallel opinion about that. Maybe a mystic is the one, firstly, the mystic actually, he somehow thinks about or he talks about maybe the intuitive vision of the one as the inner reality of everyone. Okay, that is the first one he starts with. I don't know, of course I can be correct anyway. Maybe the second one is the mystic always talks about the consciousness of a deifying transformation. Okay. And third thing I would say, the inexpressible, that is the inexpressible peace and bliss. The mystic gets it. And fourth one, ineffableness and paradoxicality. And the fifth one, sense of the holy or the divine. And the sixth one, certainty of the truth of the infinite, the vision which he has. Rather, if I summarize the whole thing, I would say the mystic is the one who transcends the world consciousness and ego consciousness. In that level, I would say the yoga philosophy also, if you are able to transcend the world consciousness, okay, the world consciousness as well as the ego consciousness, I think, there is a kind of, the connect is there. Well, coming back to Professor Conrad, well, I have one observation to make in a way. Of course, according to Professor Conrad, He says that an actual yogin does not require a particular religion. Yes, no doubt about it. Of course, he has many other kinds of things anyway. We don't want to say, but anyway, I think the praxeological dimension of meditation, okay, according to him, is to get out of suffering. Which of course I am still doubtful about that anyway. I mean, as to how far it is plausible to think that meditation practically can get you out of the so-called suffering. Of course, if it is there, I mean, it's very good. And of course, yoga has nothing to do with the God, according to Professor Conrad. But of course, you see, in the textbook we are saying that the yoga, at least the Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, accepts God's grace, maybe to get the so-called liberation. Okay, and otherwise, anyway, I don't want to make any other observations. Anyway, I have been, I mean, it's a very fruitful seminar. I'm so thankful to each and every one of you and all the Indian participants, from Professor Sudha Joshi to Professor Godabarisha, to Shrikant Pandey, to Sushimji, and all of them. I mean, my great thanks and gratitude on behalf of the department. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sebastian. Thank you for taking out time. Now I call upon my colleague, Dr. Lalan Baghel, to give a vote of thanks to all the speakers and the participants who have been following us on YouTube, and of course the technical team, those members who have been here on Google Meet with us since 1 p.m. Now Dr. Lalan Singh Baghel. Thank you, Lalan, for being here.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Shivani, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to express thanks for all the one. Actually, the whole planning started, I think, not more than 10 days before. And the manner in which it has been executed, it gives you a lot of, energy, yoga energy as well, We are celebrating International Yoga Day, 6th edition. And when this idea came, I think it was to interconnect with the everyday life of every individual, whosoever is a part of the cosmos, particularly the world. And in this context, this celebration has many dimensions. And to record those dimensions, Sebastian sir has already recorded. It would be not a fruitful exercise. I was keenly following, though I missed a couple of sessions because of internet connection. That's my apology. Let me begin with expressing my thanks on the behalf of the Chairperson and Department of Philosophy, Panjab University, that ICPR, in the last moment, has given us this opportunity to organize this international webinar. So thank you so much, all the dignitaries and the authorities of ICPR, particularly Professor R.C. Sinha, Professor Dubey, and Professor Kumar Ratnam, Member Secretary ICPR and ICHR. And it would have not been possible had we not got the wonderful expert, technical expert, and no less than Mr. Piyush. He's the one who is connecting and bringing everyone together. And technological, these times, howsoever we can be critical of technology, but technology also has given us advantage. And this international webinar is mediated by technology, and this technology is being facilitated by, connected by, with our own young guest faculty, Mr. Piyush. So big thanks to Mr. Piyush, and congratulations, Shivani, as well as, they are the one too who have been working, and rest of us have been in periphery. So let me begin with that note, and let me go session by session, so I may not miss anybody. Well, our session is started with welcome address by Dr. Shivani Sharma, our convener of the seminar, and then Saraswati Bandana by Vidhi, inaugural address by Professor R.C. Sinha, Chairman ICPR, Then wonderful keynote address by Professor Christopher Macken. You know, we this is a second opportunity, Shivani, to listen him.
Yeah.
We have had a wonderful time to listen him at
Yeah.
length.
Yeah.
And this time he has connected all together different theme.
Very right.
Though Arvindo was tangent line,
favorite.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Favorite.
Yeah. So Arvindo, the way he has compared, wonderful. I got 2-3 references while listening him. I was continuously noting down, looking at the writings he was referring. It was wonderful listening you. Certainly, it can be debated whether the mysticism of one kind, as Professor Sebastian has rightly pointed out, in our own tradition, it does not have the similar connotation. It has a different connotation, and you have underlined certain things. That's wonderful. Professor Macken, Christopher Macken, thank you so much for being with us. Then we moved on to another session, our guest speaker, Professor Conrad. He's a scholar in his own way. He has been critically looking at the mainstream understanding of, nationalism. And for this session, he has underlined how he thought of, our own tradition, though sitting from afar off, So one can see the detached as well as attached connection. That's what I followed him while listening to him. So how one can do the bracketing, perhaps, phenomenological bracketing, and think about. So he has his own ideas how one should understand the yoga and yoga philosophy. Then we moved on to another session, Professor Subhadra Joshi. And Professor Joshi is always very crystal clear, as if, she's putting on something on the table with a lot of clarity. I have been listening her and I have had a chance to meet her since 98 onward. Professor Joshi would recall that, our connection with, philosophy department, Panjab University, Chandigarh. So wonderful listening you, ma'am. And you brought out, certain very, very complex as well as ordinary part of, and how it has a beautiful connection with our own times, difficult times we are going through. And you made a mention of, pandemic, how this cleanliness and how so many, very minute connections are very meaningful connection. Then we moved on to another academic discourse by Professor Misra. Professor Misra has highlighted his own understanding, and we are grateful to you, Professor Misra, for taking out your time and being with us. Then we moved on to our own wonderful friend, Rishikant Pandeyji. Pandeyji has again, dwelled on Arvindo's philosophy, how different spheres, it's so wonderful. And just to make a mention, I'm initiated in Arvindo's writing through my son's school, because my son's school is actually based on philosophy of integral yoga, integral, Arvindo's humanism and integral education. So that made me to think through the ideas which you have thrown to us. Then we moved on to later presentation by Professor Susim Dubey and Professor Kumar Ratnam for his, valediction address. And our own Professor Sebastian, in his presidential address, I could follow you, sir. It was as if, I'm directly talking to you, though mediated by technology. Remembering our own classroom discussion, and tea discussion. So it was very refreshing to listen to you, particularly on this theme. And let me also thank everyone whosoever have spared time. I can't count the name, wonderful friends I could see on the screen, Namita ji, Pratibha, and our wonderful teacher, Professor Geeta Manaktala. She's sitting through and through from the 1 o'clock. I can see. I moved many times. I went many times to taking a break, but she hasn't. So thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, our own students behind the scene, पीछे से कैसे they were working continuously, whether taking questions from YouTube channel, sending here and facilitating our discussion. So thank you so much, everyone, and 3 cheers to our chairperson, Dr. Shivani Sharma. So wonderful,
It's
doing
all,
it.
It's all
And Piyush.
Great.
So thank you so much, friends, for taking out your time and giving us this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I missed out many names. I must have, thank you.
And thank you to you. Thank you to you, Lalan. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for being here, taking out time. It was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Professor Shubhna, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So we can exit now.
Yeah.
See you. Yeah. Okay.
तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय
पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे मन में तेरा आदर मान और मोहब्बत सदा रहे पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे
तू है अपना भविष्य विधाता पंख बिना परवान सिखाता जीवन पुस्तक रोज पढ़ाकर सही गलत की समझ बढ़ाता
जीवन पुस्तक रोज पढ़ाकर सही गलत की समझ बढ़ाता
तेरी जय गौ शंख बजाए
रोशन तारे बन जाए
बखरी तेरी शोहरत सदा सदा रहे
विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे
तमसो